Section 1. The Radiation Theory. Springfield's Quiet Poison. Go ahead and get comfortable. Pull your blanket up, let your shoulders drop. Take one slow breath in through your nose, hold it just for a second, and let it go. You don't need to do anything right now. You don't need to solve anything, plan anything, or figure anything out. Tonight, we're just going to talk. Slowly, quietly, together. And the topic is one you probably know better than you think you do, even if you haven't thought about it in this particular way before. We're going to Springfield. Not to laugh, not to analyze, not to write a thesis. We're just going to drift through it. Let the stories wash over you the way they do when you're half awake on a Sunday afternoon and a rerun comes on and you don't really watch it so much as absorb it. That soft, familiar hum of a world you've known since childhood. The yellow faces, the blue hair, the four-fingered hands wrapped around a can of Duff beer. The nuclear power plant sitting on the hill like it's always been there, like it was there before the town, like maybe the town grew up around it the way moss grows up around a stone. That plant. Let's start there because there's a theory. It's been floating around for decades, passed from fan to fan the way rumors pass through small towns, picked up and set down and picked back up again. And it goes like this. The Springfield nuclear power plant isn't just a setting. It's the cause of everything, not metaphorically, literally. The plant is poisoning the people of Springfield, and it has been doing so since before the first episode ever aired. And the show has been telling you this quietly, patiently, in the background of every scene, hidden in plain sight, beneath the yellow skin and the bulging eyes and the four fingers and the fish that have three eyes when they shouldn't have any at all. Let that settle for a moment while you close your eyes. The Simpsons has been on the air since December 17th, 1989. 36 seasons. Nearly 800 episodes. It is the longest-running American animated series in the history of television. It is the longest-running sitcom. It is the longest-running scripted primetime show. Nothing else comes close. There has never been anything like it, and there may never be anything like it again. And in all that time, across all those episodes, in every single story told in that fictional town, in that fictional state, in that deliberately impossible part of America, nobody has aged a single day. Bart Simpson is still 10 years old. Lisa is still 8. Maggie still has her pacifier, still crawls more than she walks, still watches the world with those enormous, knowing eyes that seem to understand far more than a 1-year-old should understand. Homer still drives to work at the same nuclear plant, owned by the same ancient billionaire who cannot, for the life of him, remember Homer's name after decades of employment. Marge's hair still defies gravity in that perfect blue tower that she has been maintaining in the same shape since the show began. And nobody in Springfield finds any of this strange. Nobody looks in the mirror and wonders. Nobody does the math and realizes that decades have passed without a single birthday changing anything. Nobody stands at the kitchen window looking out at the cracked cooling towers of the power plant on the hill and thinks, wait a moment, something is not right here. But we're going to think about it, gently, quietly, together as you drift. Let's start with the plant itself, because the plant is where the story begins. The Springfield nuclear power plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. It is owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns, who is himself a story we'll come back to in depth later. The plant is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town of Springfield, which means that every light bulb you see glowing in every window of every home in that town draws its electricity from a facility that has been confirmed on screen by the show's own logic to be one of the most catastrophically mismanaged industrial operations in the history of fiction. A surprise safety inspection of the plant once found 342 violations. 342. The estimated cost to bring the facility into compliance was $56 million. Burns, who is a billionaire many times over, whose personal fortune has been described as almost incomprehensibly vast, declined to spend it. Not because the money wasn't there, the money was absolutely there. He declined because spending it would require acknowledging that the problems existed. And acknowledging that the problems existed would mean someone might start asking what those problems had already done to the surrounding population. And the violations, while ends, weren't minor bureaucratic technicalities. We're talking about radioactive waste being dumped directly into rivers and streams. Radioactive waste being deposited in playground areas where children play. Plutonium being used as a paperweight on an office desk. Sitting on someone's work surface the way a regular stone or a glass globe might sit. Radiating quietly while the person at that desk went about their day. Cooling towers cracked and leaking, temporarily patched with wads of chewing gum. The kind of repair that a child might make to a toy, not the kind of repair that an adult makes to a nuclear reactor. Rats living inside the facility that glow. Luminous rats running through the walls and the basement of an active nuclear plant, their bodies lit from within by whatever they've been absorbing from the environment they call home. And then there's the one the show mentions in passing, drops into the background of a scene like it's completely ordinary and never returns to. Human skeletons in the basement. Not one. Skeletons plural. A collection of human remains discovered in the bowels of a working nuclear facility with no explanation offered for who those people were, how they came to be there, or what the plant had to do with their fate. The show shows you the bones. A character glances at them and then the scene moves on. Nobody investigates. Nobody files a report. Nobody calls the authorities, which in Springfield is perhaps not surprising, given that the authorities are led by Chief Clancy Wiggum, whose competence is itself a whole separate discussion. The safety inspector responsible for ensuring that none of this happens, the person whose literal job description is to stand between the plant and the population and make sure the barriers hold, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ the show's own creator has stated is approximately 55. Homer Simpson, who at one point is revealed to have had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood, physically reducing his cognitive function. Homer Simpson, who sleeps at his workstation, who eats donuts during meltdown warnings, who once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen to it. That is the man between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. He has been standing there in that role for over 3 decades. Now breathe out slowly. Let your body feel heavy against whatever you're lying on. We're just telling stories here. The world outside is quiet. The first visible piece of evidence for the radiation theory appears in season 2 of the show. A fish is pulled from a river near the power plant. The fish has 3 eyes. Not 2, not some ambiguous anatomical variation. 3 distinct eyes arranged on its face in a configuration that should not be possible in any naturally occurring organism in the state of whatever state Springfield is in. The fish is named Blinky. Blinky immediately becomes a news story. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as evidence in a campaign, pointing to the fish as proof that Burns is poisoning the local environment. Burns, in response, is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it's perfectly safe and harmless. The town watches. The town nods. The town moves on. Nobody conducts a follow-up study on the river. Nobody tests the water that feeds into that river, the water that runs through pipes into the homes of Springfield, the water that the people of Springfield drink every day. Nobody asks the most obvious question available If this is what the radiation is doing to the fish, what is it doing to us? The answer has been sitting in season 8, waiting to be noticed. In the episode called The Springfield Files, Homer encounters something in the woods near the plant, something that glows, something that moves strangely, that seems barely human, that drifts through the trees like a figure from a dream. Homer becomes convinced he's seen an alien. The town panics. FBI agents are called in. The whole story builds toward a dramatic reveal, the kind of moment where the curtain gets pulled back and the truth steps forward. And the truth is that the glowing figure in the woods is Mr. Burns. Not an alien, not a supernatural creature. Mr. Burns coming home from his weekly medical treatment. The treatment is so intensive, so loaded with radiation therapy and experimental compounds that it causes his body to emit a visible glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly one more week. Miss one, and he dies. After each session, Burns wanders out into the night in a dazed, disoriented state, his body radiating light, stumbling through the Springfield woods like something from a fever dream. He glows in the dark. Literally. His body produces visible light because of what he has absorbed. And the people of Springfield see this glowing figure, and their first thought is alien. Not radiation poisoning. Not the nuclear plant that has been humming on the hill their entire lives. An extraterrestrial visitor from another world. That is how deep the denial runs in this town. That is how thoroughly the population has been conditioned to look at the evidence in front of them and see anything other than what it actually is. Let your breathing slow a little more. In through the nose, out through the mouth. You're doing perfectly. In the Simpsons movie, the evidence moves past suggestion and into the explicit. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so extreme that the Environmental Protection Agency, an actual federal agency operating within the logic of the show's universe, determines that the only appropriate response is to seal the entire town under a massive glass dome. Not to clean it up, not to evacuate the residents, to seal it, to physically contain Springfield the way you'd contain a lab accident, to put a lid on the contamination zone and prevent it from spreading to the rest of the country. Think about what that means. The United States government looked at Springfield and concluded that the town was too toxic, too fundamentally compromised, too dangerous to leave open to the rest of the world. Springfield isn't just a polluted town. Springfield is classified by a real federal agency within the show's own internal logic as an environmental hazard zone. And when the dome goes up, every resident of Springfield is still inside it. Every person who has been drinking that water, breathing that air, living in that cracked cooling tower shadow for their entire lives. They're still in there. Now look at the residents themselves. Look at them the way you'd look at something you've seen 1,000 times but never truly examined. Homer Simpson, the overbite that pushes his jaw forward in a way that doesn't quite match any ordinary human anatomy. The eyes that bulge slightly, always slightly, from their sockets. The 4 fingers on each hand, one short of what a human hand should carry. The skull shape, that specific domed forehead that the show's animators have always drawn, that particular silhouette. And the IQ, the remarkable, clinically significant intellectual impairment. The man who can absorb physical punishment that would kill any ordinary human being 10 times over. Who has been shot, electrocuted, fallen from cliffs, been struck by cars, walked away from explosions, who heals at a rate that shouldn't be possible, who tolerates pain at a level that borders on the inhuman. He has worked inside that nuclear facility, in direct proximity to an active reactor core for the entirety of his adult life. Marge Simpson. The same slightly bulging eyes, the same 4 fingers, and the hair. The hair that defies physics, that grows straight up in a tower, that she has maintained in the exact same configuration for 36 years without any visible effort, a structure that shouldn't be able to hold its own weight but does, that points toward the ceiling like a blue antenna permanently tuned to some frequency nobody else can hear. Marge was briefly employed at the plant herself, meaning she was directly exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same leaking systems. And her three children were all born after both parents had already been living in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water, breathing the same air, living beneath those same cracked cooling towers every day of their lives. And every single one of them displays physical characteristics that simply do not appear in normal human populations. The hair that holds its shape without any product, the overbites, the eyes, the skin color, the yellow skin. Here is where the radiation theory finds its sharpest edge. Every resident of Springfield has yellow skin. Every single one. And when guest characters arrive from outside Springfield, when celebrities make cameo appearances, when people come to town from other places, they look different. Not subtly different, meaningfully different. Their proportions are more natural. Their features more closely resemble what an ordinary human face looks like. The show draws outsiders with different physical proportions than it draws Springfield's permanent residents. The standard explanation for this is simple. It's just the art style. It's just how The Simpsons looks. Everyone in the world of the show is yellow, and outsiders are drawn more realistically because that's a visual convention the show uses to distinguish regulars from guests. But within the internal logic of the show, there is a visible, observable, consistent difference between people who live in Springfield and people who don't. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look normal. Even the animals carry the mark. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners, the same proportions that deviate from what a real greyhound looks like. The wildlife of Springfield has been touched by the same invisible hand that has touched everything else. The show even gives you Blinky, holds up a three-eyed fish, and says clearly, directly, without any ambiguity, this is what the radiation is doing to living things in this environment. And then it asks you to believe that the exact same radiation in the exact same water has had absolutely zero effect on the humans living alongside that fish. Burns knows. He has always known. The show makes this clear across multiple episodes, scattered through the seasons like breadcrumbs on a trail that most viewers walk right past. Burns funds private medical research. He has personal physicians. He undergoes those weekly treatments we've already discussed, the ones that keep him alive by managing the effects of radiation on his own biological systems. Burns understands radiation not as an abstract scientific concept, but as a lived, daily physical reality. Because radiation is what is keeping him alive. He is personally dependent on managing its effects in his own body. He has an entire infrastructure built around monitoring and adjusting his exposure levels. He knows what radiation does to biological systems because his own biological system runs on it. And he knows what his plant has been doing to Springfield because Springfield is, in the most unsettling reading of this theory, his laboratory. A population exposed to a consistent level of contamination for decades. A population too cognitively impaired to organize a meaningful response. A captive study group living in the shadow of the experiment, unaware they're participating in it. Homer's continued employment at the plant, despite every rational reason for him to have been let go years ago, isn't laziness or sentimentality on Burns's part. When the plant was briefly purchased by German investors, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was assess what it would cost to bring the facility into regulatory compliance, and the estimate nearly bankrupted them. Burns bought the plant back and immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down. A safety inspector who knew what questions to ask, who understood what the violations meant, who followed the logical chain from cracked cooling towers to contaminated water, to mutated fish to the people drinking that water, would have the place closed and the management facing serious legal consequences within a week. Homer ensures none of that happens, not through malice, through incapacity. The violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking. The water stays poisoned. And the man standing between that poison and the population drinks the water too. Season 12 of the show introduces a story that, once you hear it through the lens of the radiation theory, becomes something close to devastating. In that episode, it's revealed that Homer once had the crayon removed from his brain, the physical obstruction that had been suppressing his cognitive functions since childhood. With the crayon gone, Homer's IQ rises dramatically. He becomes intelligent, articulate, capable. He begins to understand the world around him in ways he never could before. And it makes him miserable. He sees Springfield for what it actually is. He sees his job for what it actually is. He looks at his life with clear eyes for the first time, and what he finds there is unbearable. So he chooses to have the crayon put back. He walks into a doctor's office and asks to have his intelligence removed. He chooses stupidity. He chooses the fog. But the radiation theory asks a question the show never addresses. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain in the first place? And how did Homer pass through decades of medical checkups in Springfield without a single doctor finding it? Either every doctor in Springfield is so thoroughly incompetent that they routinely miss foreign objects in patients' skulls, or the medical establishment in Springfield has been compromised, or someone knew the crayon was there and chose not to remove it. If Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he essentially owns, if the doctors of Springfield are operating under incentives that discourage inconvenient discoveries, then Homer's crayon isn't a strange accident from childhood. It's a symbol. The show is using a piece of writing equipment lodged in a man's brain to tell you something it can't say in plain words. The people of Springfield have something wrong with their brains. Something that keeps them unable to look up at the cracked cooling towers and ask the question that every one of them should be asking, that has been waiting to be asked for 36 years. Why are we all like this? Let your eyes stay closed. Let the weight of your body settle deeper into where you are. You don't have to hold anything up right now. The radiation theory doesn't explain one mystery about the Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters don't age because their mutated biology has been altered at the cellular level, because the contamination has done something to their internal clocks that cannot be undone, because whatever Burns's plant put into the water is still there, still working, still maintaining the impossible stasis that 36 years of storytelling has simply never resolved. The town resets after every catastrophic event, forgetting the dome and the disasters and the near misses, because the population's memory function has been compromised by decades of chronic neurological exposure to radioactive material. Their brains cannot reliably hold onto the record of what happened to them, because the thing that happened to them has damaged the very structures responsible for holding records. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted. Not in any way that would look like a superpower, not in any heroic sense, but in the desperate cellular fashion of an organism that has spent its entire life in an environment designed to destroy organisms. His body has learned to absorb and recover and continue in ways that a non irradiated human body simply cannot manage. Burns stays alive through treatments that would overwhelm any normal person because he is not a normal person anymore. He stopped being a normal person so long ago that the concept barely applies to him. He has been managing his own radiation exposure for longer than most countries have had their current borders. And nobody in Springfield questions any of it because the same slow, invisible damage that has been reshaping their bodies for decades has also been reshaping the parts of their brains responsible for asking questions about it. Springfield isn't a quirky cartoon town. Springfield is a contamination zone. The residents aren't eccentric, they're symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant on the hill, the one that provides their electricity and employs their neighbors and poisons their water and irradiates their children, while a man with an IQ of 55 stands at the safety console and eats donuts, isn't a background detail in a long-running animated sitcom. It's the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every four-fingered hand, every impossible recovery, every forgotten catastrophe, every unexplained mystery that the show introduces and then quietly walks away from. It all traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible poison into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that can't figure out why their children have never grown up and their fish have never been right. And the man on the hill who owns their electricity has been alive for longer than anyone should ever be alive. The Springfield nuclear power plant isn't just part of the show, it is the show. And nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out, because the plant already made sure they couldn't. If you're still with us this far, drop a comment with your time and location. Tell us where in the world you're listening from and what time it is where you are. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is the perfect moment. There are a lot more theories coming, each one stranger and quieter than the last, and you're going to want to be here for all of them. Section 2. Homer's Coma Theory. The Dream That Never Ended. Let your breathing stay slow and even. In and out. In and out. What we just talked about, the radiation theory, the contaminated water, the mutated town that doesn't know it's mutated, that is one way to understand Springfield. A dark way, a systemic way, a theory that explains the strangeness of the world by pointing to something physical, something leaking from a structure made of steel and concrete and bad decisions. But now I want to offer you a different frame. And this one is going to recontextualize everything you just heard. What if the radiation theory is correct, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since 1993? Go ahead and let yourself sink a little further into where you are. The lights are low or gone entirely. The room is quiet. And we're going to drift together into a story that is either a fan theory or a tragedy. And by the time we're finished with it, you may not be sure which. On April 1st, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. The title was So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was simple. Bart, in the spirit of April Fool's Day, plays a series of escalating pranks on Homer. Each prank is a little more extreme than the last. The final prank involves Bart taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker. He shakes the can until the pressure inside it has built to a point that no ordinary can was designed to contain. Then he puts it back among Homer's other beers and waits. When Homer opens the can, the explosion sends him to the hospital. And here's where the episode takes the turn that everything else hinges on. Homer, lying in his hospital bed, sees a vending machine across the room. He wants a candy bar. He gets up to get it. The machine tips forward and crushes him, and Homer Simpson flatlines and enters a coma. A real coma. Not a dream sequence with a soft focus haze around the edges. Not a cutaway gag that gets resolved in the next scene with a rim shot and a laugh track. A clinically unconscious state that the show depicts as lasting 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart sits at his bedside in tears, confessing that the whole thing was his fault. And Homer springs back to life and immediately reaches for his son's throat in the way he always does when Bart has done something terrible. Everyone laughs. The family laughs. Homer laughs. The music plays. The show tells you he woke up. But in the final moments of that same episode, the show also tells you something else. Something it slips in almost casually, as though it expects you not to take it seriously. Homer, awake and apparently recovered, is informed that during the coma he suffered permanent neurological damage. His brain function has been reduced by 5%. 5% gone, destroyed, never coming back. Homer's response to learning that his brain has been permanently damaged is to laugh. He says he doesn't know why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. No one finds it alarming. The episode ends and The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as if nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory. It is the single most popular, most debated, most internally consistent fan theory in the long and strange history of Simpsons speculation. The basic premise is this. Homer did not wake up from his coma in April of 1993. Every episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character arc, every impossible event, every guest appearance, every moment where the laws of logic bend or break or simply stop applying, is a dream being generated inside the unconscious mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General Hospital, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits. Let that breathe for a moment. Let your thoughts slow down and circle it gently. The evidence begins with tone. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was, by the standards of American television at the time, a remarkably grounded show. Not realistic in the documentary sense, not photographically accurate, always clearly a cartoon. But the stories it told were rooted in recognizable human experience. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge contemplates whether she married the right man. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and learns for the first time that adults can be disappointing. Bart faces being held back a year in school and has to reckon with the gap between who he presents himself as and who he actually is in terms of academic performance. These are ordinary family struggles. They are told through the lens of satire, stretched into comic shapes, but the emotional core of them is real. Financial stress, marital tension, academic failure, the terror of not being good enough at the things that matter. The show's heart was built on relatable domestic problems. After the coma, everything changes. And the change is not subtle. It is not the gradual drift of a long-running show finding its footing or expanding its scope. It is seismic. It is the difference between before and after that you would notice if you watched a Season 3 episode and then immediately watched a Season 6 episode without any context. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers that his mother is alive and has been a fugitive radical activist for decades. Homer meets God. Not metaphorically. Homer has two separate face-to-face conversations with God across the series. The show transforms from a domestic sitcom grounded in economic anxiety into something far stranger, a picaresque dream where the main character can hold hundreds of different jobs, travel to dozens of countries, survive physical trauma that would kill entire battalions, befriend and alienate world leaders, Meet celebrities from every conceivable field, and wake up the next episode exactly as he was before. The tonal shift is so dramatic that it has been the subject of its own ongoing cultural debate. The internet has been discussing when The Simpsons got bad or got weird or lost itself for 20 years. Everyone has an opinion. Season 9, Season 10, Season 12. Various episodes are cited as the point of no return, the moment where something changed. The coma theory doesn't argue that The Simpsons got bad. It argues that the answer to the question of when things changed is precise. April 1st, 1993. The show didn't deteriorate. Homer's brain deteriorated. And as his brain deteriorated, the dream it was generating became stranger, more surreal, more detached from the grounded reality it started with, more willing to let physics and consequence and continuity bend and flex and eventually snap. Here's the detail that tends to stay with people. 6 months before the coma episode in the season 4 premiere called Homer the Heretic, Homer has a conversation with God, an actual, canonical, in-universe conversation. And during that conversation, God tells Homer that he will one day learn the meaning of life, but not yet. Homer's time is coming, God says, but not yet. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. God told Homer that his time was nearly up, that something significant was approaching, that there was a threshold ahead of him, and 6 months after that conversation, Homer's conscious waking life ended. What the show presents is a quirky theological gag, a funny moment between the universe's creator and a man who fell asleep in church, reads under the coma theory as something closer to prophecy. God was telling Homer that the version of his life that operated under the normal rules of reality was running down, that what came after would be different. That the Homer who goes to space and meets presidents and survives every disaster with his hair slightly singed and his spirit intact, that Homer, the post-coma Homer, is operating under different rules. Because he is. Because he's dreaming. Because the rules of a dream are not the rules of the waking world. And a brain that is slowly, silently dissolving in a hospital bed does not need to follow the laws of physics when it constructs the world inside its own private darkness. Let your body relax a little more. Your legs, your arms, the places where you hold tension without realizing it. Now, here is the single piece of evidence that the coma theory handles more elegantly than any other theory in existence. More elegantly than any official explanation the show has ever offered. Nobody ages. Not Bart. Not Lisa. Not Maggie. Not Homer and Marge. Not Ned Flanders or Chief Wiggum or Apu or any of the permanent citizens of Springfield. 36 years have passed in the real world, and the Simpsons family is exactly as they were on the night the show first aired. The radiation theory addresses this by suggesting that the contamination has altered their biology. Cartoon logic addresses it by pointing out that long-running animated shows simply don't age their characters because it would be narratively impractical. Both of these answers are true on some level, but the coma theory has the simplest answer, the most emotionally complete answer. The answer that doesn't require you to invent new mechanisms or explain away plot holes. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man who went to sleep in April of 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children don't grow older. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His memory of Bart is of a 10-year-old boy. His memory of Lisa is of an 8-year-old girl with a saxophone and too many opinions for a person that small. His memory of Maggie is of an infant who cannot yet speak, but who watches everything with those enormous eyes. That is the version of his children that exists in his mind when consciousness stops being available to update the file. His wife doesn't age because the last time he was truly awake and present with her, she looked exactly like that. Her hair that tall, her eyes that shape, her patience that deep, her voice that steady and warm. His friends don't change because his memory of them is frozen at the precise moment the vending machine fell. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it was on the day he lost it. It holds every person he loved at the age and the state he last knew them. It cannot age them because it cannot observe them. It can only remember them. And that's what a coma does when the brain keeps running in the dark. It loops. It returns to the last stable memory it had of the world, and it plays from there again and again, generating new stories but using the same cast, the same town, the same house on Evergreen Terrace, the same beer in the same refrigerator, the same nuclear plant on the same hill. The celebrity appearances that flood the later seasons of the show make sense under this framework too. Homer's brain, lying in a hospital bed, is not sealed from the outside world. The people around him talk. A television plays in the corner of the room. Music comes and goes. Visitors mention names, reference events, discuss the people and the culture of the year that is happening outside the coma. Homer's sleeping brain absorbs all of this through whatever thin membrane separates the unconscious from the external. It hears names and voices and fragments of the world as it continues without him. And it incorporates these fragments into the dream. Not accurately, not with full context, but as dream logic incorporates anything it encounters. As impressions, as faces attached to sounds, as a famous comedian who shows up in Springfield and says the kinds of things that famous comedians say. Every celebrity who visits Springfield in the later seasons is, in this reading, a voice that Homer's brain heard through the fog of unconsciousness. A name spoken near his bed. A show playing on the television across the room. A face on a magazine cover glimpsed by someone who came to visit. His dreaming mind takes these fragments and builds characters from them, populates its version of Springfield with them, and then sends them home again after an episode because that's all the information there was. A fragment, an impression, enough for a dream, but not enough to sustain. The show itself has acknowledged the coma theory, not directly, not with a press release or an official statement, but in the way that shows acknowledge things they know about but cannot canonically confirm, obliquely, winkingly, with plausible deniability. In season 34, there was an episode that included what was described as a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene, a piece of animation in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, blinking and disoriented, and it is revealed that everything, all of it, every outlandish adventure and impossible event and guest appearance and tonal shift and reset was a dream. Just a dream. Just a man lying in a bed, imagining. The show's writers created the scene. They animated it, they presented it to the audience, and then they pulled it back, claiming it wasn't real, that the scene had been planted by hackers, that it was a hoax. But the fact that they made it at all is its own kind of answer. The writers know about the theory. They've engaged with it closely enough to animate a direct response to it. They've acknowledged that it holds together well enough to be worth addressing. And their denial, their insistence that Homer is not in a coma, came wrapped inside an episode that explicitly showed Homer waking up from a coma. They showed you the truth and told you it was a joke. The audience laughed. The same way Homer laughed when he was told he'd lost 5% of his brain. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory in 2015. He said it isn't true. He said it was fan speculation. He moved on. But he did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the precise tonal shift that begins in season 4. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma, or why the show has become progressively more surreal and detached from physical reality with each passing year, exactly as you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain in slow decline. He just said it wasn't true, and he moved on, and the interviewer let him, and the fans did not let him, because the fans were not satisfied, and the theory persisted. Because here's what the theory does that no official explanation has ever done. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly dreamlike plots, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes as though they never happened. The fact that Homer can survive literally anything, endure any damage, recover from any catastrophe because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. It is still. It is waiting. Only his mind is in Springfield, and his mind cannot die because his mind is the one telling the story. And now here's the part that tends to stay with you long after you've closed your eyes and tried to sleep. If the coma theory is true, then the emotional center of The Simpsons is not comedy. It is grief. Homer's deepest and most desperate wish is so simple that it is almost embarrassing in its smallness. He wants his family. That is the entire wish. He wants Marge to still love him, wants to still be a person that Marge looks at the way she looks at him in those early seasons, with a mix of exasperation and tenderness and the specific kind of love that doesn't require the other person to be impressive, just present. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, difficult, lovable, infuriating little boy. He wants Lisa to still be sitting at the kitchen table at 7 in the morning, playing her saxophone while Marge tries to get breakfast ready around her. He wants Maggie to be small enough to hold, to be something that fits in the crook of one arm, warm and alive. He wants Friday evening at the Simpson house on Evergreen Terrace to last forever. The couch, the television, the sounds of a family going about the ordinary business of being alive together in a space they share. In the coma, it does last forever. The dream gives him everything. His family preserved precisely as they were. His children never growing up and away from him. His wife never finding the years of patience harder to summon. His life never reaching the conclusion that all lives eventually reach. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. In this reading, it is the only version of heaven that a man like Homer Simpson would ever know to want. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young, and the beer is always cold, and the television is always on, and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And every time Homer survives something that should kill him, every time the town resets and the damage is undone, and everything goes back to the way it was, it is not lazy writing or cartoon logic. It is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream stops, if the simulation finally runs out of power, then Homer has to face the other possibility. The possibility of waking up. And waking up means doing the math. It means calculating how long he's been gone, how old his children really are by now, whether Marge is still at that bedside or whether the years eventually made that impossible to sustain, whether anyone is still there, or the other possibility, the possibility of not waking up at all. That's the coma theory. Homer Simpson has been dreaming since April of 1993, and every episode you've ever watched since then is a love letter written in the dark. An unconscious father reaching out for the family he can no longer touch, building and rebuilding them from memory, sending them on adventures, letting them solve problems and make mistakes, and come back together again at the end of every episode. Because that is the only story he knows how to tell, and the only ending he is willing to accept. The show will never confirm this, but it will never disprove it either. Because the evidence is not in some secret document or leaked writer's room memo. The evidence is in the structure of the show itself, in the aging that doesn't happen, in the strangeness that keeps deepening, in the fact that Homer always finds his way home by the end of the episode. Because in his dream, he never left. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The case that was never closed. Settle in a little more. Let your breathing do whatever it wants to do. Your body knows how to breathe without your help. We're going to talk about a mystery now. The greatest mystery in the history of The Simpsons, and depending on who you ask, the greatest unsolved mystery in the history of animated television. Before you say anything, before you reach for the obvious answer, I want you to hold off. Because the obvious answer is the one the show gave you, and the show's answer may not be the right one. The show's answer may, in fact, be the most elaborate misdirection in television history. A sleight of hand so thoroughly executed that America accepted it without examining the magician's other hand. So take a breath, let your mind go quiet, and let's go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns? Part 1. The summer of 1995. The Simpsons did something that had never been attempted by an animated show, and had rarely been done with this level of cultural ambition by any American television program. It staged a genuine whodunit mystery, designed with enough internal clues and red herrings to sustain a national guessing game over an entire summer hiatus. Fox promoted it like an event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted, treating the fictional shooting as though it were an actual unsolved crime. The show wasn't just a television program that summer. It was a national puzzle with a prize attached. The winner, the person who correctly identified the shooter, would be animated into an actual future episode. Now let's review what Burns had done that brought him to this point. Because the point is that by the end of part 1, every single person in Springfield had a legitimate reason to want this man dead. Burns had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary School, redirecting the revenue that rightfully belonged to the school and using it to finance his own schemes. The school lost its budget. Educational programs were cut. The children of Springfield suffered directly and materially from Burns's decision. He had driven Moe's Tavern into bankruptcy, destroying a business that had been the social and emotional center of a substantial portion of Springfield's adult population. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield Retirement Castle, displacing elderly residents, including Grandpa Simpson, from their home. He had injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, in an accident caused by his negligence. And then, for his final act, the escalation that turned every simmering grievance into a boil, Burns built a mechanical sun-blocking device. A giant disc mounted on a structure above Springfield designed to block solar light from reaching the town, not to dim it slightly, not to cast a shadow on one neighborhood. To block the sun entirely from every corner of Springfield, from every garden and every window and every playground, so that every resident of the town would be completely dependent on Burns's power plant for the light and warmth that the sun had previously provided for free. He wanted to force the entire population to buy their electricity from him by eliminating their access to the one energy source he couldn't charge them for: the sun. The town gathered at a public meeting. Multiple characters were depicted holding weapons. The tension was visible and specific. Burns collapsed in the crowd, having been shot with his own gun. He staggered to the town's sundial. His hands fell across two letters, W and S. Or, if you looked at it from Burns's perspective, from where he was lying, M and S. The screen went black. America had all summer to figure it out. When Part 2 aired in September, the investigation unfolded. Smithers, Burns's devoted assistant who had been fired earlier that same day, immediately confessed. But his confession fell apart when it emerged that he had been blackout drunk that evening and had actually accidentally shot a completely different person in a completely different location. Old Jasper in his wooden leg. Wrong victim, wrong crime, wrong night. One by one, suspects were eliminated. Alibis were established. Tito Puente, the musician whose program Burns had cut, provided what the show presented as the greatest alibi in television history. A full musical number demonstrating that he had channeled all his rage into a samba rather than a shooting. The investigation stalled until a key piece of physical evidence was discovered. An eyelash found on Burns's suit. DNA analysis confirmed that the eyelash belonged to a Simpson. Homer, with the clearest motive of anyone in town, a man who had spent years being so thoroughly ignored by his own employer that Burns could not consistently remember his name despite their daily proximity, was arrested. And then Burns woke from his coma, and he pointed at Maggie. According to Burns, the events were simple. After the town meeting, he encountered Maggie Simpson in a parking lot. He tried to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Baby did it. Except, let's start with a contest. Fox invited viewers across America to guess the shooter. Thousands of entries were submitted. According to the DVD commentary for these episodes, not a single person from the randomly sampled pool of entries had guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The person who received the prize was selected randomly from the pool and given a cash substitute because they had not, in fact, identified the shooter correctly. The show's own writers, speaking on that same DVD commentary, acknowledged that they were aware of exactly one person who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons newsgroup online. On the night the original episode first aired, but this person had been using a university internet account. By the time the contest ended and the producers looked for them, the account was inactive. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward. As far as anyone has been able to determine, they never did. Think carefully about what this means. The show's creators designed a mystery. They told the public that the mystery was solvable from the evidence presented in Part 1. They built a national promotion around it with a meaningful prize for the person who solved it. And when the answer was revealed, essentially the entire audience had failed to identify it. Either the clues were insufficient to lead a reasonable viewer to the correct answer, or the answer did not follow logically from those clues in the way the promotion promised it would. Now let's examine the clues themselves. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to W and S, or, from his perspective, M and S, suggesting Maggie Simpson. The show uses this as the closing confirmation of the official answer. But Burns himself, on record, stated that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He did not fall in a deliberate orientation designed to communicate his attacker's initials. He simply fell, the way a person who has been shot falls. The sundial clue, the central visual image that the show returns to as the capstone of the mystery, was explicitly described by the alleged victim as a coincidence. The single most prominent piece of visual evidence in one of the most famous mystery storylines in American television history was, according to the person it supposedly came from, meaningless. Then there is the gun. Burns carried a gun in a holster. In the period before the shooting, the holster is shown empty. The gun was already missing from Burns's person before the attack occurred. This means that whoever shot Burns used his own weapon. The shooter did not arrive at the confrontation armed with their own gun. They encountered Burns's gun, which had already come loose from its holster, and used it. This profile eliminates most of the more aggressive suspects. The characters who arrived at the town meeting with weapons were there because They were already angry enough to consider violence. They came prepared. The person who shot Burns was someone who arrived unarmed, someone without premeditated violent intent, someone who encountered the weapon by chance and acted on impulse. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. So does approximately a dozen other characters who were not carrying weapons. Burns's last words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." Not "Who are you?" Not "Stay back." Not any expression of surprise or alarm. "Oh, it's you." The casual recognition of someone familiar. The way you might greet a neighbor when you step outside. The way you might acknowledge a face you know when it appears unexpectedly. Does Burns know Maggie Simpson? Has he, prior to the events of this episode, ever had a meaningful interaction with the Simpson infant? The show doesn't establish any significant relationship between them. Burns barely recognizes Homer, the man he sees every working day. The suggestion that Burns would look at a baby in a parking lot and respond with the calm familiarity of greeting an old acquaintance requires a stretch that the episode never bothers to explain. "Oh, it's you" is the greeting of a man who recognizes someone who has been in his life in a consistent and meaningful enough way that their unexpected appearance in a parking lot produces recognition rather than confusion. Who has been in Burns's life in that way? Who does Burns know well enough that encountering them unexpectedly produces a calm, unremarkable, "Oh, it's you," rather than startlement? Several candidates present themselves. Homer, who works for him every day. Marge, who worked at the plant briefly and with whom Burns has history. Smithers, who was just fired and who Burns knows better than anyone alive. But here's where the season 18 piece enters. In a later season, in what the show presents as a throwaway moment, Homer claims that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it out loud. On camera. In a scene that the show treats as an offhand remark, a quick joke, a line delivered and left behind. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Chief Wiggum does not launch a new inquiry. Burns does not pursue legal action. Homer Simpson confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield. And the show responds to this with the same energy it responds to Homer forgetting to take out the trash. Either Homer is lying for attention, which his character is perfectly capable of it, or the original verdict was incorrect and Homer is confessing to something that is actually true. And if Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. Not intentionally, perhaps. Not through an elaborate conspiracy. But a baby was identified as the perpetrator of a crime committed by her father, and the legal system closed the case on the grounds that no jury would convict a baby, and the real shooter went home and strangled Bart and ate some donuts and went to sleep. The Reddit-sourced Marge theory presents a compelling alternative. Marge had watched Burns destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, steal the sun from her town, and systematically undermine every source of stability and comfort in Springfield. She had every reason. And critically, Burns had, in the episode called Marge Gets a Job, developed a significant infatuation with Marge. He had become attached to her in the specific, awkward, overwhelming way that very old men sometimes become attached to kind women who show them ordinary human consideration. If Burns was shot by Marge, and if Burns knew it, he might not have identified her. He might have chosen, in the only selfless act of his life, to protect the woman he was infatuated with by directing suspicion elsewhere. He woke from a coma, identified his attacker, and rather than name the woman he loved, he pointed at the sundial and let the town work it out from there. The town worked it out in the direction of the baby, and Burns had the wisdom to let that conclusion stand. No jury in the world would convict a baby, Chief Wiggum said. Except maybe Texas. Maggie was the perfect redirect. Too young to deny the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, too young to ever face legal consequences for it. If someone with access to the investigation's direction wanted to protect the real shooter, identifying Maggie as the perpetrator was the most elegant possible solution. It ended the inquiry, exonerated everyone else, and placed the official guilt on a target that the legal system itself acknowledged could never be held to account. The alternate endings add another layer of unease. The production created a complete, fully voiced, fully animated alternate conclusion in which Smithers is the shooter. Not a rough version, not a storyboard, a finished piece of television. This ending was shown in the show's 138th episode, Spectacular, where it was dismissed by the host on the grounds that accepting it would have required ignoring the DNA evidence, which he described as downright nutty. His exact phrase, downright nutty, was itself a reference to the OJ Simpson trial that had concluded just months earlier, a trial in which a jury had, in fact, ignored DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show was winking at its audience. It was explicitly referencing a real case in which the official verdict and the physical evidence had not agreed, using that reference to acknowledge that official verdicts and physical evidence can diverge, and that when they do, official verdicts tend to survive while evidence gets quietly filed away. Early drafts of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers seriously considered this and even planned a prison arc for the character before abandoning it. The point is that the answer was not predetermined by the clues. The clues were adjusted to fit whatever answer the writers eventually settled on. The mystery was built in reverse. And a mystery built in reverse is not a fair mystery. It is a performance of a mystery, which looks the same from the outside but functions entirely differently on the inside. There is one final image worth sitting with as we leave this section. At the end of part 2, after Burns has made his accusation and the investigation has been closed. After everyone has left the room, the camera finds Maggie alone. She looks around carefully, making sure no one is watching, and then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as confirmation, as Maggie knowing what she did, as a baby acknowledging her own guilt in a private moment, the final punctuation of the mystery. But there is another reading. Babies mimic. It is one of the most fundamental and observable behaviors of human infants. They watch adults perform actions and they repeat those actions because imitation is how they learn. Maggie is 1 year old. She is, by every account the show gives us, highly observant and deeply attentive to the world around her. What if Maggie didn't shoot Burns? What if she was present in the parking lot that night, or nearby, or in the vicinity of the aftermath? What if she saw something? What if the motion she makes with her pacifier is not a confession, but a memory? Not the action of a shooter reviewing her crime, but the action of a witness reenacting something she observed. She's not confessing, she's remembering. The greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never actually solved. It was closed. And in Springfield, those have always been two very different things. Section 4. The Immortality of Mr. Burns. Too expensive to die. Let the room settle around you. You don't have to work at staying awake. If you drift, you drift. The stories will be here. I want to talk to you now about a man who should not be alive. Not in the way that all fictional characters should technically not be alive because they aren't real. In the way that within the show's own internal logic, within the rules of the universe that Springfield operates under, Charles Montgomery Burns should have died a very long time ago. He should have died decades ago. He should possibly have died before some of the people listening to this were born. He hasn't died. And the question of how he is still functioning, still managing a multi-billion-dollar corporation, still manipulating municipal politics with the strategic precision of a man in the full possession of his faculties, is one of the quieter and more unsettling mysteries in Springfield's long catalog of them. Let's establish the baseline. Burns's age has been stated and implied across dozens of episodes, and every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has referenced personal memories from before the 20th century turned over. He has told stories about events from the 1910s as though he experienced them firsthand, as a participant rather than as a student of history. He served in the Second World War, though his role in that conflict was, to put it diplomatically, ethically ambiguous. He attended Yale. He knew Howard Hughes in a personal capacity. By the most conservative estimate derived from the show's various canonical references, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the more liberal readings of the timeline's contradictions, he might be approaching 140. And he does not merely exist. He functions. He runs a corporation. He executes complex, long-term strategies. His memory, when it comes to anything other than Homer's name, is sharp. His understanding of finance and law and power and human weakness is not the understanding of a man whose faculties are fading. Burns operates with a strategic clarity that most people never develop, even at the peak of their intelligence. And he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being has any reasonable claim to sustained consciousness. The show addresses the mechanism of his survival most directly in the Springfield files, which we have already discussed in the context of the radiation theory. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment, the nature of which the show describes primarily through its effects. His body emits a visible green glow. He enters a temporarily dazed and euphoric state, and without the treatment, administered on a precisely maintained weekly schedule, he will die. The margin for error is zero. Miss one appointment, and Burns's body cannot sustain itself through its own biological processes. His life is maintained the way a machine is maintained, through scheduled servicing, through the intervention of technology and medicine applied on a regular cadence, keeping a system operational that would otherwise shut down. And the treatment involves radiation. Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been identified as having leaked radioactive material into Springfield's water supply for decades, personally depends on controlled radiation exposure to keep his own body functional. Burns isn't simply profiting from nuclear energy. Burns is powered by it. His biological systems have been so fundamentally altered by his proximity to nuclear material over the span of a century or more that they can no longer sustain themselves through normal cellular processes. They require external input. He needs radiation the way other living things need food and water and sunlight. Remove it, and within a week, the equilibrium collapses. There's a scene from the show that tends to live in the memory of anyone who's seen it. A scene played entirely for laughs, played as one of the show's most quotable and absurdist moments, that becomes something considerably stranger when you set it next to the radiation theory and the immortality question and everything else we've been discussing. Burns visits a doctor. The doctor examines him thoroughly, and the doctor informs Burns that he has every disease known to medical science. Not a few diseases, not a collection of serious conditions. Every disease, every illness cataloged in every medical reference work in existence is present, simultaneously in Burns's body. The doctor's explanation is that these diseases are all present in a state of perfect equilibrium. Each one is being blocked by all the others. The diseases are all present in such equal concentrations that none of them can gain enough dominance to progress. He calls it Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to three people trying to get through a doorway at the same time. None of them can move because all of them are trying to move. The diseases are creating a biological gridlock. The sickest man in the United States is, paradoxically, functionally indestructible because everything that should kill him is being canceled out by everything else that should kill him. This is played for one of the show's great laughs. It is absurdist and delightful and completely in keeping with the show's tone. But if Burns's body is maintained by weekly radiation treatments, if those treatments don't cure his diseases but simply manage them, keep them in the specific equilibrium that prevents any single condition from progressing to a fatal point, then what you have is not a comedy sketch. What you have is a nuclear maintenance protocol. Burns's body is a reactor. The diseases are competing reactions occurring simultaneously inside it. The weekly radiation treatments are the equivalent of adjusting control rods in an active reactor, preventing any single reaction from becoming dominant, keeping the whole volatile system in a state of managed stasis. Smithers is not, in this reading, simply a devoted assistant with a complicated emotional attachment to his employer. Smithers is a life support system wearing a suit. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures that every appointment is kept, every treatment administered, every interval maintained at the precise length required for the protocol to function. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that the show sometimes frames as obsessive and sometimes as touching, and sometimes as the particular devotion of a man who has given his entire professional life to one person. But the radiation theory adds a dimension to this that the show only hints at. Smithers is keeping Burns alive through logistical competence. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose. The disease equilibrium would destabilize. Every illness in his body would surge simultaneously. Burns would die not from any single condition, but from the collapse of the entire managed system. Smithers knows this. The show has established this knowledge at various points in scenes where it's made clear that Smithers' absence would have immediate and serious physical consequences for Burns. He isn't devoted to Burns purely out of the complicated personal feelings the show has always depicted. He is devoted, at least in part, because he understands that the alternative to his devotion is watching an old man die, and that old man, for all his considerable flaws, is the organizing principle of Smithers' entire existence. Their relationship, always one of the show's most interesting and most unexplored dynamics, is in this reading something much more than it appears. It is a partnership of mutual dependency so complete that neither person can fully function without the other. Now, let's think about what Burns's longevity implies on a larger scale. His family's wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty has been in continuous operation for centuries, holding and accumulating power through eras that saw other wealthy families rise and fall and disappear entirely. The Gilded Age, the industrial expansion, the wars of the 20th century, the various upheavals that reshuffled the power structures of American society. Burns navigated all of them, maintained his position through all of them, emerged from all of them not merely intact but enhanced. That kind of continuity doesn't happen through ordinary generational succession. It doesn't happen through good financial planning alone. It requires either extraordinary luck, which would be statistically implausible across centuries, or the application of extraordinary measures. Before nuclear radiation, before the technology that currently maintains Burns's biological equilibrium, did the Burns family employ other methods? Did earlier generations of this dynasty find ways to extend their operational lifespans through means that are no longer available or simply no longer discussed? The show doesn't answer this question, but it does establish that the Burns family has been in continuous, uninterrupted control of their resources for longer than most American institutions have existed. That fact is sitting in the background of the show's history, unexplained, waiting for someone to pull on it. Burns has come close to dying on multiple occasions throughout the series. He has been shot, the incident with Maggie being only the most famous example. He has been hospitalized for conditions that would be terminal in any ordinary person. He has collapsed, been attacked, been stranded in wilderness, been subjected to conditions that should have ended his story long ago. And every time he comes back, not through cartoon resilience, not through the same mechanism by which Homer survives a car hitting him, Burns comes back through infrastructure, through the machinery of wealth and the medical establishment he has built around himself over a century of careful investment. There is always a physician, there is always a facility, there is always a treatment protocol and a recovery ward and a team of professionals whose existence and employment depends on keeping this particular very old man alive. Homer's survival is passive. It happens to him. Burns's survival is engineered. He has spent over a century constructing a system whose primary purpose, beneath all the empire building and profit seeking and political manipulation, is to ensure that Charles Montgomery Burns continues to exist. Every dollar spent, every institution compromised, every politician purchased, every doctor retained, every researcher funded. It all ultimately serves the same end. Keep the treatments coming, keep the diseases balanced, keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the system dies with him. And the system has its own momentum, its own survival instinct, independent of Burns himself. Empires don't allow themselves to die simply because the man at the top has died. They find successors. They adapt. They continue. But this particular empire, with its peculiar dependency on one specific set of medical protocols designed for one specific biological system, is different. Without Burns, the specific form this empire has taken would become incoherent. And here's the detail that perhaps matters most. Springfield needs Burns alive, not in the way that an employee needs their employer to keep the business running, though that is also true. More fundamentally, more existentially, the town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that Burns's wealth provides and that Smithers' management maintains. It is a closed loop, a self-sustaining system where each element feeds the others in an endless cycle. Springfield cannot, within its current configuration, survive the death of the man who owns its primary employer and its only power source. And Burns, maintained by the system he has built, sustained by the town's ongoing participation in that system, cannot die without collapsing an economy that supports thousands of people who depend on it for their livelihoods. He's not immortal. He's something more specific and more unsettling than immortal. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the bill in electricity rates and contaminated water and children with 4 fingers and mutated fish and a safety inspector who eats donuts during meltdown warnings for as long as Burns needs to be sustained. Which, if the treatment schedule holds and Smithers remains in his position and the infrastructure remains intact, could be a very long time indeed. Section 5. The Principal and the Pauper. How Springfield chooses its reality. You're drifting now, maybe? Not fully asleep, but not fully here either. That soft, in-between place where stories go in more easily, where the mind holds things lightly and lets them settle without deciding what to do with them. Good. Stay there. We're going to talk about the episode that broke The Simpsons. Not in terms of quality, Not in terms of ratings or cultural relevance or the ongoing debate about when the show peaked. I mean, the episode that cracked the foundation of Springfield's reality and showed, to anyone paying close attention, exactly what that foundation was made of, how it had always been constructed, and why it could hold the impossible weight it had been carrying for so long. Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper, September 28th, 1997. The backlash to this episode was immediate and fierce. It has never fully subsided. Nearly 30 years after it aired, fans still cite it as the moment the show betrayed its audience. The moment the writers stopped caring about continuity. The moment Springfield stopped being a place that functioned according to consistent internal rules and became a place where anything could happen and be undone without consequence. But what if the fans had been reading the betrayal backwards? What if this episode didn't break The Simpsons? What if it revealed what The Simpsons had always been? Here's what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. It is a moment of recognition for a character who has been part of the show since the beginning. A community celebration, a chance for Springfield to acknowledge one of its own. And then a stranger walks in. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who is presumed dead after being captured as a prisoner of war. He survived captivity. He escaped. He came home. And when he came home, he discovered that someone else was living his life. The man Springfield has known for 2 decades as Principal Seymour Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before the war, he was a street kid, a petty criminal, a young man from the wrong side of the tracks with nothing to recommend him and no clear future. He was drafted, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and believed killed, Tamzarian felt guilty. He traveled to Springfield to inform Skinner's mother of her son's death. Agnes Skinner, when this young stranger appeared at her door, needed him to be her son. She assumed he was, and Tamzarian, who had never had a mother or a family or a name worth keeping, simply did not correct her. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the identity, the mother, the life. He built a career in that identity, became a principal, became a man of standing and community connection. And he lived inside that borrowed life for 20 years until the actual Seymour Skinner walked through the gymnasium door and the whole architecture collapsed. Now, here is where Springfield does something that the show presents as a resolution, but which is, in any normal system of values, a profound act of collective moral failure. The town holds a meeting. The real Skinner is present. Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully exposed. Every person in Springfield knows that their principal is a fraud, that the man who has been educating their children and disciplining their community's young people for 2 decades is not who he claimed to be. The truth is not ambiguous. It is not contested. It is simply, factually, there, and the town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on how to restore the real Skinner's identity and acknowledge his legitimate claim to his own name. They vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree the imposter is to be recognized as the real Skinner. This is not a social consensus, not a gentle collective decision to look the other way. It is a legal order. A document that makes the false identity official, that transforms the lie into the law. The actual Seymour Skinner, the real one, the man who went to war and survived and came home to find his life occupied, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. Exiled. The judge makes it explicitly illegal, under penalty of torture, to ever mention the truth about Skinner's identity again. Let that settle. A town having been presented with definitive proof that a major public figure had been living a stolen identity for 2 decades, having the actual person whose identity was stolen standing right in front of them, unanimously chose the fiction over the fact. And not only chose it, but codified that choice in law and enforced it with the threat of punishment. Fans hated this. The criticism was immediate and sustained and has genuinely never gone away. Harry Shearer, who provides the voice of both Skinner and Burns, among other characters, publicly stated his displeasure. Critics argued that the episode destroyed Skinner as a character by revealing that everything the audience had come to know about him was built on nothing. His military service, his complicated relationship with his overbearing mother, his dynamic with Bart, his years of dedication to Springfield Elementary, all of it predicated on a fiction. The episode is consistently ranked among the worst in the series. But here is what nobody wants to acknowledge. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield is. It just says the quiet part out loud, clearly and directly, in a way the show usually only implies. Springfield has always operated this way. The town has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. The town has always agreed, through some silent collective mechanism, to forget whatever doesn't fit the narrative they need to sustain. The only difference with this episode is that it showed you the mechanism. It brought the process out of the background and into the foreground. It showed you the vote. It showed you the legal decree. It showed you the physical removal of truth from the community, the actual moment of exile, the man tied to the train. Every other time, Springfield forgets a catastrophe or resets to normal after something world-altering happens. It takes place off-screen, between episodes, in the invisible space where consequences are supposed to accumulate but don't. The Principal and the Pauper is the one time the show let you watch it happen in real time. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that, by any reasonable measure, should permanently alter the fabric of life there. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt. It has been sealed under a federal dome. It has survived near nuclear disasters and environmental catastrophes, and the literal blocking of its sunlight. It has been invaded. It has experienced events that in the real world would generate decades of aftermath, investigations, legal proceedings, cultural reckonings, permanent changes to how the community understands itself. And every single time, by the following episode, everything is back to normal. Nobody mentions the dome. Nobody references the disaster. Nobody carries the emotional weight of the thing that happened. The slate is wiped clean, and Springfield begins again from its default state, unchanged and apparently unaware that anything required changing. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it the cognitive impairment of a population whose neurological capacity for sustained memory has been compromised. All of these are true simultaneously, perhaps. But the Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth explanation that doesn't require any of the others. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset. Deliberately. Collectively. Through an unspoken social contract that has been in operation since before the first episode, a contract that says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the lie as truth and treat truth as criminal. And anyone who insists on the truth too loudly, anyone who refuses to accept the consensus fiction will be removed. This is not a cartoon trope. This is not an animation convenience. This is how real communities work. Small towns in particular carry this capacity for collective denial in a way that larger, more anonymous communities often don't. In small towns, everyone knows everyone, which means everyone knows what is collectively known and collectively forgotten. And the line between those two categories is maintained by social pressure that can be enormous. Scandals are buried, crimes are forgotten, uncomfortable truths get rewritten until the official version is the only version anyone can access, and eventually the only version anyone remembers. The episode didn't break The Simpsons. It diagnosed Springfield. It showed you that the town's amnesia isn't a glitch in the storytelling system. It's a feature. It's a deliberate defense mechanism employed by a population that cannot afford to confront the reality of its situation, because confronting the reality would require pulling on a thread that would unravel everything. If Springfield remembered the dome, they would have to acknowledge the contamination. If they acknowledged the contamination, they would have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy would destabilize. If the economy destabilized, the town would die. The power plant is the only major employer. It is the only power source. It is the foundation beneath the foundation. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make it illegal to remember. They tie the last honest man to a train and remove him from their sight, because the last honest man is the one carrying the proof that the story they've agreed on isn't true. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the mine. He arrived carrying evidence that the official narrative was fiction. And the town's response was not gratitude or even the complicated mix of guilt and relief that might accompany the exposure of a difficult truth. The town's response was to criminalize the evidence and exile the person carrying it. And if the coma theory is true, this episode takes on an additional layer of resonance that makes it hard to look at directly. If everything since season 4 is Homer's dream, then Homer's unconscious mind created a scenario in which an entire town votes to sustain a lie because that is what Homer needs to believe is possible. He needs to believe that false identities can become real through collective agreement. He needs to believe that the fiction can hold up against the fact, that the dream can be maintained against the waking world, that nobody has to admit that what they're experiencing isn't real as long as they all agree to call it real. Because Homer's coma is exactly this: a false life replacing a real one, a dream masquerading as reality. And as long as nobody calls it out, as long as the dream town of Springfield keeps voting to maintain the fiction, Homer never has to wake up. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It may be the most important one, because it is the only episode that shows you the infrastructure behind Springfield's impossible resilience. The machinery that makes every reset possible. The social contract that allows a town of mutants to believe they're normal. A man in a coma to believe he's awake. A community built on lies to continue punishing anyone who speaks the truth. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. He is doing it legally. He is doing it with the full backing of the Springfield judicial system and the unanimous endorsement of the Springfield community. And the real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, tied to a train, exiled from his own name. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Section 6, Maggie Simpson. The genius behind the pacifier. Rest a little. Let the stories accumulate like layers. You don't need to track all the details. They're settling in even as your mind lets go of them. We've talked about Homer, his brain, his coma, his crayon, his impossible survival. We've talked about the system that Burns built around a whole town and a whole family. We've talked about the mechanisms Springfield uses to protect its own comfortable fictions. Now, I want to talk about the quietest person in all of Springfield. Maggie Simpson doesn't talk. She doesn't walk with consistent reliability. She communicates primarily through the movement of a pacifier and the occasional sound, and through her eyes, those enormous eyes that observe everything with a specificity of attention that no one in the Simpson household ever quite notices long enough to find alarming. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. And in that time, without saying a single word, without ever being credited for it, without anyone in her family or her town ever fully acknowledging it, she has accomplished more than every other member of the Simpson household combined. She shot a billionaire. She led a rebellion in a daycare facility against an authoritarian caretaker, organizing a group of pre-verbal infants into a coordinated resistance with a strategic sophistication that most adults never demonstrate in their professional lives. She has saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations, appearing at critical moments and making precisely correct decisions under pressure. She has been tested and found to possess intelligence that sits outside the range that standard assessments are designed to measure. She has confirmed or denied facts about complex situations with a single nod, and the people around her have trusted that nod implicitly, even if they couldn't have explained why. And through all of it, through every remarkable thing she has ever done, she maintains her silence. Not because she cannot speak. The show has established this directly. Maggie can form words. Her first word, daddy, was spoken with enough clarity to be heard, but one word in 36 years. After that single utterance, she returned to silence and has remained there. The question the show never bothers to ask is why? Let's start with the shooting, because it's the moment everyone knows, and because it is in some ways the least interesting thing about her. We have already been through the evidence. We've examined whether Maggie actually fired the gun or whether she has been identified as the shooter for reasons of convenience. But regardless of who actually pulled the trigger, the aftermath is illuminating. A baby was identified as having shot the wealthiest man in town. The police investigated. The evidence was examined by Springfield's finest investigative minds, such as they are, and the conclusion was that, yes, this infant had committed an act of violence against an adult, and there was nothing the legal system could do about it. Chief Wiggum closed the case. The investigation dissolved. Springfield moved on, and then the final shot of the episode showed Maggie alone in the room, checking to make sure she wasn't being observed, and making the trigger motion. If you accept the show's framing, this is a baby confirming her own guilt in a private moment of what amounts to a very small person's version of pride. But the sequence of that final shot is worth examining slowly. She looks around the room. She checks the doors. She verifies that she has privacy. And then, and only then, she makes the motion. That sequence requires situational awareness. It requires an understanding that the gesture has significance, that performing it in front of others would have consequences that performing it alone does not. It requires the ability to plan, even briefly, even in the compressed way that a 1 year old's version of planning might operate. It requires caution, impulse control, the ability to delay gratification or defer an action until the conditions are right. These are not traits associated with infants. These are traits associated with someone who understands the environment they're operating in and has made a calculation about how to navigate it safely. Now let's look at The Longest Daycare, the theatrical short film released in 2012 that is 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson operating at a cognitive level that would be remarkable in an adult. Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility run with authoritarian precision. She encounters a caterpillar that is in the process of becoming a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another child, a bully, wants to destroy it. What follows is a small action film in which Maggie systematically outmaneuvers the bully, the daycare staff, and the facility's security infrastructure to save the caterpillar and release it. She does this without speaking, without walking reliably, without any of the physical capabilities that adults take for granted when executing complex plans. She executes this operation entirely through observation, planning, improvisation, and the kind of adaptive problem solving that many adults never fully develop. She reads the environment. She identifies threats. She develops strategies on the move. She executes multi-step plans that require precise timing and the ability to predict how other people will behave under specific conditions. She encounters obstacles, revises her approach, finds alternative routes to her objective. She succeeds completely. Her body can barely keep up with her mind. She falls. She crawls when she needs to move fast. She is physically limited in every way that a 1-year-old is limited. But her decision-making is not limited. Her decision-making is flawless. Every choice she makes is the correct choice. Every adaptation is timely and appropriate. She is operating at a cognitive level that her physical development cannot support. And she succeeds anyway, because her intelligence overrides every limitation her body imposes. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence formally in various episodes across various seasons. The results vary in their specifics, but the pattern is consistent. Maggie's intelligence registers as extraordinary, off the scale, beyond what the available instruments can measure. The show plays this for quick laughs and moves on because Springfield moves on from everything. But the pattern doesn't move on. It accumulates. Maggie consistently demonstrates cognitive abilities that no 1-year-old should possess. And the family consistently fails to notice because they are too occupied with Homer's disasters and Bart's pranks and Lisa's crusades to look down at the baby who is quietly, methodically, and very effectively managing everything she encounters. And that brings us to the silence. Maggie's silence is the defining feature of her character in a show full of extremely verbal people. Homer cannot stop talking. Marge narrates her anxieties in real time. Bart performs constantly, always playing to some audience, always generating noise and motion. Lisa lectures and argues and advocates and expresses at length and with passionate specificity about everything she cares about, which is most things. The Simpson household is a wall of continuous sound, and at the center of it, in her high chair or on the floor or looking out the window, Maggie sits in silence, watching, listening, processing. The theory is this: Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is a strategic decision made consciously by a mind intelligent enough to recognize the value of not being noticed. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is, by any reasonable measure, a genius. She is among the most intelligent characters in the show's universe, possessing an IQ and a depth of understanding that dwarf everyone in her household and most of the adults she encounters in Springfield. She knows it. She has always known it, and she has spent her entire depicted life attempting to use that intelligence in service of the world around her. What has it gotten her? Isolation? Mockery? Dismissal? Being told her ideas are too complicated, her standards too high, her expectations too unreasonable? Being ignored by the people she tries to help? Being punished by the institutions she tries to improve? Being the smartest person in the room and having the room respond by making sure she understands how little that matters? Lisa wears her intelligence on the outside. She announces herself. She cannot help it. It is part of who she is. The insistence on clarity and truth and precision. And the world of Springfield responds to this visible intelligence the way it responds to everything that challenges its comfortable stasis, with resistance and dismissal, and eventually with a kind of indifference that is more defeating than active hostility. Because at least hostility acknowledges that the thing it's opposing matters. Maggie has watched this happen. She has been watching it happen from the day she was born. From her position on the floor, or in the high chair, or in someone's arms, with those enormous eyes that don't miss anything. She watched her sister fight every day for recognition and receive, in return, every variety of resistance Springfield can produce. And Maggie learned a different lesson. Not the lesson Lisa learned, which is to keep fighting regardless of the cost, because fighting is the right thing to do. Maggie learned the opposite lesson. Silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Think about it from the perspective of outcome. Every time Maggie does something remarkable, what happens? The family doesn't fully register it. The community doesn't notice. Burns was shot, and the investigation focused on every other suspect before arriving at the baby. Because who suspects a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to detect organization among them. Every heroic act, every displayed intelligence, every moment where Maggie resolves a crisis happens below the radar, in the margins, in the spaces where nobody is paying close enough attention to see. Maggie has ensured that she continues to operate in those spaces by maintaining the most effective cover available to any intelligent person in Springfield. She pretends to be exactly what everyone expects her to be. An infant. Passive, helpless, dependent, precognitive. She is none of those things. She is the opposite of all of them. And she has spent 36 years making sure nobody develops a reason to look more carefully. Now connect this to the radiation theory because the theories interconnect. If Springfield's contaminated environment produces mutations, and if those mutations manifest differently in different biological systems, then Maggie represents one extreme of the spectrum of outcomes. Homer represents the other. Homer's exposure to the radiation of Springfield reduced his cognitive function. His IQ of approximately 55 represents not a baseline but a reduction. The removed crayon episode demonstrates that underneath the impairment there is a mind of considerably more capability, a mind that was diminished by a combination of environmental exposure and physical brain damage. Maggie's exposure seems to have produced the opposite effect. Same contamination, same family, same water and air and proximity to the cracked cooling towers. But where the father's brain was reduced, the daughter's was amplified. Where Homer's mutation took something away, Maggie's mutation gave something extraordinary. Homer and Maggie are two sides of the same radioactive event, the diminished and the enhanced. The floor and the ceiling of what Springfield's contaminated environment can do to the human mind. And under the coma theory, Maggie's genius takes on an additional dimension that is almost too specific in its emotional weight to sit with comfortably. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode since 1993 is the output of an unconscious man building a world from memory, then Maggie's intelligence is not a mutation or a mystery. It is Homer's deepest wish for his youngest child pressed into the dream. He cannot see her grow. He cannot watch her develop into whoever she would become. He cannot hear her speak or observe her finding her way through the world. He cannot be there to protect her in any of the ways a conscious father can be present. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age, a capability that exceeds her size, a strength of mind that ensures she will always be okay even without him, there to watch over her. In the dream, Maggie doesn't need protecting. She is the protection. Her genius is not a mutation. It is a father's prayer, articulated in the only medium available to an unconscious mind. The story it tells itself in the dark. But in the Springfield of the waking world, if the waking world remains, there's a darker reading, one that doesn't require comas or prayers. Maggie doesn't speak because she's learned that speaking gets you nothing in this town. She doesn't reveal her intelligence because intelligence is punished in Springfield. She watches everything, remembers everything, understands everything. She has been doing this for 36 years, and she waits. What she's waiting for, the show has never said. Her endgame is the one genuinely unsolved mystery in the Simpson family. She is the only character whose future remains completely open, whose capacity remains undemonstrated, whose full potential has never been shown on screen because she has never chosen to show it. We have seen glimpses: a shooting, a daycare rebellion, a butterfly released into freedom, a family saved from harm. Small demonstrations of a capability whose upper limit has never been tested. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot speak in sentences. And she is the most capable person on Evergreen Terrace. The most capable person in Springfield, possibly. She just hasn't decided yet what she's going to do with it. And behind that pacifier, behind those enormous, observant eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate and absolute silence, something is watching. Something is planning. Something is accumulating information and patience in equal measure, waiting for the moment when the conditions are finally right and the time has finally come. Springfield won't see it coming. Nobody will. That's exactly how Maggie designed it. Section 7. The Simpsons Predictions. How a cartoon shaped reality. Let your body settle. Your breathing is slower now, I can tell. The thoughts are coming less urgently, passing through more easily, the way thoughts do when the edge of sleep is close. We're going to talk about something a little lighter now. Something that lives closer to wonder than to darkness, even though the full truth of it is strange in its own way. The predictions. You've seen them. Everyone who has been online in the past 15 years has seen at least one. A screenshot from an episode that aired in 1998, next to a photograph of something that happened in 2018, with the caption, "The Simpsons predicted this." The images spread with the breathless energy of something that feels almost supernatural. Something that seems to reach across time in a way that ordinary television simply shouldn't be able to do. Let's go through the significant ones before we try to understand what they mean. In the year 2000, the episode called Bart to the Future depicted a future version of Springfield in which Lisa Simpson had become the President of the United States. In that same episode, the predecessor she inherited the presidency from was identified, casually, by name: Donald Trump. The episode aired in 2000. The prediction, if that's what it was, identified Trump as a future president 16 years before his actual election. It was a joke about the absurd logical endpoint of celebrity culture in American politics. It was played for a single laugh and moved on. And then 16 years later, the punchline arrived. The internet's response was something between delight and genuine unease. Screenshots proliferated. The clip went viral repeatedly. People who hadn't thought about The Simpsons in years suddenly had questions. How did they know? What does this mean? Is this show actually seeing the future? The list doesn't stop with Trump. In 1995, the show depicted a device worn on the wrist that functioned as a communication and computing tool, a description that maps cleanly onto what we now call a smartwatch. In 1994, Homer goes to space alongside a real astronaut in a story that anticipated the commercial spaceflight era that would emerge decades later. In 1998, a physics joke embedded in an episode appears to reference an equation related to the Higgs boson particle, which wouldn't be experimentally confirmed until 2012. In 1999, a throwaway cosmological gag proposed that the universe might be shaped like a donut. And years later, Actual cosmologists examining radiation patterns found evidence suggesting the universe might have a toroidal shape. In 1993, an episode called Margin Chains depicted a flu virus originating from Asia spreading through Springfield, causing public panic, supply shortages, and a desperate search for a vaccine. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During the fictional outbreak in that same episode, the town's response also accidentally released a swarm of killer bees, which felt particularly pointed when Asian giant hornets began appearing in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic, and the media promptly dubbed them murder hornets. In 1996, the episode Homer Palookaville featured a joke where the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra for the same show. That exact collaboration happened in reality in 2024 when Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the reality. In 1998, the show depicted the corporate entertainment conglomerate that becomes the owner of an entity represented in the show by the 20th Century Fox logo. In 2019, Disney acquired 20th Century Fox. The show had already, in this reading, predicted the acquisition of its own parent company. And across dozens of episodes, the show had depicted video calling, autocorrect failures, tablet computers, personalized advertising, and surveillance culture, years before any of these things became ordinary parts of daily life. The question everyone asks when they encounter these things is always the same. How? The show's executive producer, Al Jean, has offered the most honest and least satisfying answer available. His explanation is essentially, if you throw enough darts, you're going to hit some targets. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, satirical observations, and cultural extrapolations. When you generate that much content over that long a period, some percentage of it will align with future events through pure statistical probability. The ones that align become memorable. The ones that don't are forgotten. What looks like prophecy is actually confirmation bias operating on an enormous output. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show through some of its most celebrated seasons, put it even more directly. Most of what gets called a prediction is coincidence, because the episodes are old enough that history has had time to repeat itself. Fact-checking organizations have spent considerable time debunking the most widely circulated examples, explaining the mundane reasoning behind each supposed prediction, pointing out the vast number of Simpsons jokes that did not come true and are therefore never discussed. And they are correct in their analysis, but they are not quite complete in their analysis because they leave out something. Most of the supposed predictions are not predictions. They are trend extrapolations. The writers didn't predict Trump's presidency. They observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with the idea of running for office since the late 1980s, that celebrity candidates were becoming increasingly viable in American politics, and they wrote a joke about the logical and absurd endpoint of that trajectory. They didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating trend and wrote a gag about the extreme version of that trend. They didn't predict smartwatches. They imagined the continuation of a trend toward miniaturization in personal computing. These are not supernatural gifts. These are the natural outputs of highly educated, deeply attentive writers looking at the present more carefully than most people do, and then extending what they see by a few steps in the most obvious direction. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been one of the most credentialed in American television. Multiple writers have held degrees from elite universities. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, sciences, computer science, political theory, economics. These are people whose baseline understanding of patterns and systems is considerably deeper than the average television viewers. They're not seers. They're readers of the present who are unusually good at noticing where the present is heading. But here is where the analysis becomes genuinely interesting. Here is where the debunking, complete as it is, misses something important. The Simpsons doesn't predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. Not through magic, not through prophecy, through cultural influence. The Simpsons is one of the most widely seen, most frequently quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of American media in the history of the medium. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have become part of how Americans talk about their culture. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own world. Its images and references and characters have been absorbed into the cultural bloodstream at a level of depth that very few works of any kind ever achieve. When The Simpsons makes a joke about a Trump presidency, that joke enters the cultural consciousness of tens of millions of people. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something people mention when Trump appears on the news. It becomes, over years and then decades, part of the mental furniture that people carry when they think about American politics and where it might go. The joke doesn't predict the event. The joke makes the event feel familiar in advance. It primes the cultural imagination. It makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel less like an unprecedented rupture and more like an inevitable punchline that has been building since 2000. When the punchline arrives, the cultural response isn't shock. It's recognition. We've seen this before. We knew this was coming. We were prepared for this because a cartoon told us it was possible, and we've been carrying that image for 16 years. The show didn't predict the Disney acquisition of Fox. The show made media consolidation feel so obvious that when it happened, the primary cultural response was essentially a shrug of inevitability. Of course this happened. This is what happens. This is the direction everything always goes. We knew. The Simpsons satire doesn't forecast the future. It normalizes the future. It takes trends that are already in motion and presents them as accomplished facts. It shows you the endpoint before the journey is finished. And when the journey eventually reaches that endpoint, the audience experiences not surprise but déjà vu. The sense of having been here before. The feeling that this was always going to happen. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has become Springfield. That is the meta-theory that underlies all the individual prediction examples. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and the country stared into it for so long and so intently that it began to resemble what it saw. The corrupt billionaire who owns the town's infrastructure. The incompetent government that shrugs at genuine crises. The population too busy and too distracted to track what's being done to them. The endless cycle of disaster and reset. The collective agreement to forget whatever is too uncomfortable to remember. Springfield isn't a vision of where America was heading. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was. The show just wrote it down first. And here's the part that perhaps matters most. The part that ties everything together and makes the prediction phenomenon something more interesting than a party trick. The Simpsons has also made thousands of jokes that didn't come true. Thousands of extrapolations that the future refused to validate. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and technologies that never materialized. Political predictions that went the other way. Cultural shifts that never shifted. The show has been wrong about the future at least as often as it has been right. Possibly far more often. Nobody shares those. Nobody makes a viral post about the Simpsons episode that predicted something which didn't happen. Nobody builds conspiracy theories around the failed predictions. The missed shots are invisible because our attention filters them out. We remember the hits and discard the misses, and when you run that filter over 800 episodes, containing thousands of observations about the trajectory of American culture, what remains is a highlight reel that looks, from the outside, exactly like prophecy. The predictions aren't supernatural. They're the natural outcome of a brilliant, long-running show, staffed by highly educated observers of American culture, generating more satirical content than any other program in television history, and then having that content filtered through the most powerful confirmation bias mechanism ever created, which is the modern internet, which spreads things that feel meaningful and allows things that don't to simply vanish. The Simpsons didn't predict the future. The Simpsons wrote so many possible futures that a meaningful percentage of them were statistically bound to come true, and the ones that came true are the only ones anyone remembers. And yet, and yet, even knowing exactly how the trick works, even having traced every mechanism, every cognitive bias, every statistical inevitability, even after all the debunking and the explanations and the reasonable professional demystifications, there are moments, specific, detailed, eerily precise moments, where the alignment between the joke and the reality is so complete, so particular, so free from the usual vagueness that makes extrapolation easy, that the explanation feels insufficient. The Trump episode didn't just predict a celebrity becoming president. It specified Trump by name and depicted him descending an escalator in a sequence that visually mirrors in remarkable detail the announcement he actually made in 2015. An episode about a Siegfried and Roy-style magic act didn't just joke about the dangers of large exotic animals. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, which is almost precisely what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured by one of the act's white tigers. These aren't trend extrapolations. These are specific details that align with specific future events in ways that make even the most committed skeptic sit quietly for a moment and stare at the screen. Maybe it's still just darts. Maybe the board is large enough that even very specific shots occasionally land. Maybe 800 episodes is enough darts. Or maybe there's something about sitting with a culture long enough and attentively enough, about studying its patterns with enough intelligence and care, that begins to feel like something more than analysis. Maybe reading the present very carefully eventually starts to look like reading the future. Maybe the line between paying close attention and seeing what's coming is thinner than it appears. The Simpsons doesn't know something it shouldn't. Doesn't know, but it might have been paying attention to what everyone else was too distracted to notice. And after 36 years of that kind of attention, the accumulation is something that even the people responsible for it occasionally find unsettling. The next time a Simpsons clip from 1997 lines up perfectly with a headline from 2025, and it will happen again, you'll know exactly how the trick works. It won't make it any less strange to watch. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the Three-Generation Conspiracy. The air is still around you. The world outside is dark and quiet. Let your thoughts slow to whatever pace feels natural right now. We're going to talk about the woman who explains Homer Simpson. Not Marge, not the mother who stayed, who has been patient and present and steady through 36 years of chaos. The mother who left. The mother Homer was told was dead. The mother who was not dead, who was alive, who was out there the whole time being hunted by the same man Homer went to work for every single morning of his adult life. Mona Simpson. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was officially dead. That was the story Abe told Homer when Homer was young. She passed away. Here is a grave. Grieve and move forward, and understand that the world sometimes takes people before their time, and there's nothing to be done about it. Homer mourned. He grew up believing he was a boy whose mother had died, who was raised primarily by a father too emotionally constrained to fill the space she left, who carried the particular wound of maternal loss through childhood and adolescence and into adulthood, where it shaped everything about who he became. His desperate need for approval from the people around him, his terror of abandonment, the way he clings to the things he has, his willingness to endure humiliation from his employer, to accept being ignored, to tolerate being unnamed, rather than risk the loss of the stability that employment represents. His compulsive warmth toward Marge, his need for her affirmation, his vulnerability to anything that threatens the marriage. All of these are the coping mechanisms of a man who lost his mother young and never fully stopped grieving. Homer's personality, the lovable mess of it, the warmth and the weakness and the relentless, slightly desperate goodwill he extends to everyone around him, is built on a foundation of absence. The Shape of a Woman Who Wasn't There. Season 7, Episode 7, Mother Simpson. November 19th, 1995. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday. He pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant and lets Springfield believe he's died. When Marge insists he go correct the records, Homer discovers something impossible while standing at the Hall of Records. His mother is alive. The records show it clearly. She is not dead. She has never been dead. The grave Abe showed him as a child was not hers. The headstone Abe used for the ceremony of maternal loss belonged to someone else entirely. Walt Whitman, the poet. Abraham Simpson had been using a famous writer's burial marker as a prop in a fiction he maintained for his son's entire childhood. Homer finds Mona in a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave, mourning a death that the records say hasn't happened. She doesn't recognize him at first. He has aged, changed, become the specific version of himself that 30 years of living in Springfield produce. But when Homer establishes who he is, the reunion is one of the most genuinely emotional scenes the show has ever produced. A grown man and his mother, finding each other in a graveyard, separated for 27 years, standing beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them. And then Mona tells him what happened. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was, at that time, an ordinary housewife. Married to Abe, mother of young Homer, living a quiet life in Springfield, while the world outside was undergoing the upheavals of the late 1960s. The civil rights movement, the counterculture, the protests against Vietnam, the sense that everything established was being challenged, and something new, uncertain, and possibly better was fighting to emerge. Mona was radicalized. The show depicts this with its characteristic mixture of absurdity and genuine emotional weight. She joined a group of activists, idealists, people who believed that the world as it was could be changed into the world as it should be. And the target they identified was a laboratory owned by Mr. Burns, not a nuclear plant, not the facility Homer would grow up to work in. Burns owned, in addition to all of his other holdings, a biological weapons laboratory in Springfield, a research facility designed to produce weaponized pathogens, a germ warfare operation sitting in the same town where children played and families lived, and Homer Simpson, 3 years old, was growing up under the loving, if distracted, care of his parents. Burns was manufacturing biological weapons in Springfield. The same man who would later build a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations, who would block out the sun to force a captive population to buy his electricity, who would pursue personal grudges across decades, was in 1969 also running a facility designed to produce weaponized diseases. In Springfield, Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents inside. The mission succeeded. The pathogens were destroyed. During the chaos of the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard, who happened to be Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police, a detail so specific and so well placed in the show's continuity that it rewards multiple viewings. The raid succeeded. But Mona made one mistake. As the group was fleeing, she stopped. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos. She stopped to help. The person she stopped to help was Mr. Burns. She extended her hand to the owner of the facility she had just destroyed, and he looked up and he saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a federal fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact Abe or explain the situation. She could not hold Homer or tell him why she was leaving, or promise him that it had nothing to do with him, that leaving was the only way to protect him and his father from the attention of a very powerful and very vindictive man. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping. He was small enough to be sleeping in the way that small children sleep, completely and entirely unaware. She looked at him one last time, and she left. Homer woke up, and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead. And Homer spent the next 3 decades believing, at the deepest level available to a person who has stopped asking the question, that he was the kind of son a mother would leave, that there was something about him that had failed to be enough, that the absence was somehow a judgment. Now Burns. Burns didn't just turn Mona over to the FBI in 1969 and consider the matter closed. He held the grudge, actively, with the resources available to a billionaire. He maintained her FBI classification as a fugitive over decades. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in season 7, when she finds Homer and they begin to reconstruct the relationship that was taken from both of them, Burns spots her almost immediately. He identifies her through a cab window. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to run again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time in his life, this time knowing exactly why she's leaving and exactly who made it necessary. He knows who forced her out. He knows which man destroyed his family. He knows the name and the face of the person responsible. And Homer continues going to work for that person every single day. He doesn't connect the dots. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't redirect his decades of accumulated grievance toward the man who earned it. The show doesn't play this as a joke. It plays it as tragedy, in the quiet, muffled way the show plays its tragedies, where the laugh track has moved on to the next scene and the devastating thing you just realized is sitting in the space the joke has already vacated. Homer is too damaged to see the pattern. His brain, the radiation exposed, crayon impaired, cognitively compromised brain of a man who grew up in Springfield, cannot reliably construct the architecture of his own suffering. He cannot trace the line from the young radical who had a moment of compassion in the wrong place at the wrong time to the old billionaire on the hill who has been signing Homer's paychecks for 30 years. The line is straight. It connects directly. It is one of the most unambiguous lines in the entire history of the show. But Homer cannot see it. And here the show reveals the full architecture of the conspiracy. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life, he engineered Homer's. By driving Mona out when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up with the specific psychological profile that Burns needed in his Sector 7G safety inspector. A man desperate for approval. A man who would not leave a job that treated him badly, because the alternative, being without the stability of employment, triggered echoes of the deepest loss he had experienced. A man incapable of organizing resistance. A man who, every time he approached the edge of genuine grievance, would redirect it into something harmless. Strangling of his son, a complaint to Marge, a donut, a nap. Burns broke Homer when Homer was 6 years old and didn't even have to try. The breaking was a side effect of something he did for a completely separate reason. The child left behind, the child who woke up and found the absence, was already exactly what Burns would need him to be decades later. The show confirms the depth of the connection in a later revelation about a deal struck between Burns and Grandpa Simpson. Burns had committed a crime. Abe had discovered evidence of it. Rather than expose Burns, Abe negotiated his silence for Homer's guaranteed employment at the plant, regardless of performance, regardless of the number of errors, regardless of how many times the normal operation of a business would have resulted in Homer's termination. 742 documented errors at the plant. Homer was never permanently let go because the deal protected him, because his father had traded the truth about Burns for Homer's job security. Homer's employment, which the show often frames as a convenient narrative device, was actually a contractual obligation between his father and his mother's persecutor. A deal made in secret, maintained in silence, never explained to Homer because explaining it would require explaining everything else. The biological weapons lab, the raid, the FBI, the 27 years, the grave that was really a famous poet's headstone. All of it. Homer's mother was a radical who fought against a billionaire's weapons program. The billionaire retaliated by destroying her family. Her husband covered up the truth and made a deal with the enemy to protect their son. The son grew up believing he was unloved, became cognitively impaired through the combined effects of environmental contamination and physical brain damage. Spent his entire adult life working for the man who took his mother from him, and never understood why his life felt heavier than it should have been, why the ordinary happiness he could see in other people seemed to require more effort from him, why the cheerfulness he produced required him to continually push against something he couldn't name. 3 generations of Simpsons, broken by one man's grudge, and the man who broke them is still on the hill, still alive, still signing Homer's checks, still powering the lights. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The episode handles her death with a restraint and genuine sorrow that the show rarely deploys, a quality of quietness that feels earned by the weight of everything the story has been carrying since season 7. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew slip away from him for the last time in a hospital room without any of the chaos that usually surrounds Homer in hospital rooms. There is no joke, no cutaway, no reset, no laugh track. Just a man and his mother and the specific, irreducible, non-negotiable weight of the time that was taken from them. 27 years that should have been ordinary and were instead absence. 27 years of Homer believing he was unloved, and Mona hiding in safe houses and Burns maintaining his grudge with the casual certainty of a man who has never faced a meaningful consequence for anything he has done. All of it condensed into a hospital room. And 2 hands, and the specific quality of silence that descends when a person you have been trying to reach for most of your life finally becomes unreachable in the permanent direction. The show does this, and then, with the characteristic brutality of its own narrative logic, it resets. The following episodes continue. Homer goes back to the plant. Burns is still on the hill. The water is still the water. The fish are still 3-eyed. The crayon is still in Homer's brain or out of it, depending on which version of the continuity you're tracking. Life in Springfield continues exactly as it has always continued, because Springfield does not allow the weight of any single event, no matter how significant, to permanently alter the baseline. The town resets. The show resets. And Homer goes back to his console and eats his donut and the reactor hums and the violations persist, and the man who took his mother from him is still alive on the hill and still cannot remember his name. The Simpsons has always been presented as a comedy. It has always been, at some fundamental level, a comedy. The laughs are real, the jokes are good, the characters are funny in ways that have been generating genuine laughter for 36 years and will continue generating it. But underneath the jokes, underneath the laugh track and the couch gags and the opening credits and the episodic reset button, there is a story. A story about a family that was systematically taken apart by one man's power and one town's incapacity or unwillingness to resist it. A story that the comedy tells sideways in the background, in the details that the jokes walk past without stopping. Mona fought back against that power. She lost everything she had. Abe made a deal with the enemy when fighting seemed like it would cost more than he could spend. Homer inherited the consequences of both choices and spent his life not knowing why he was carrying them, not knowing the shape of the absence, not knowing the name of the man who had installed it. And Burns won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the resources writes the rules. The rules say Homer works at the plant. The rules say the plant stays operational. The rules say the water stays contaminated and the fish stay three-eyed. And the sky above Springfield carries that particular quality of gray that nobody in Springfield mentions, and nobody in Springfield examines too closely, because examining it would require following the chain of examination to wherever it leads, and nobody in Springfield has ever been able to follow that chain all the way to its end. The rules say Homer stays broken, because Burns needed a broken man in Sector 7G, and Homer was broken before he ever clocked in, before he was old enough to know what broken meant, before the absence had been present long enough for him to recognize it as absence rather than simply as the shape of his life. Section 9, Where is Springfield? The town that belongs to everyone. Let your mind go soft. Don't try to hold on to anything, just listen. We're going to try to find Springfield on a map. We're going to fail, and the failure is the point. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can identify Springfield than can name the capital of half the states in the actual country. It has a nuclear power plant and a tire fire and a canyon and a harbor and a monorail that should never have been built, and an elementary school that has been consistently underfunded since the oil incident. It has mountains, it has oceans. It has desert within driving distance and forest within walking distance, and apparently the Canadian border and the Mexican border are both somehow reasonably accessible. It borders, depending on which episode you're watching, Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. These are not states that share borders. Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky form no contiguous shape on any map of the United States. They are scattered across different regions of the country, each with their own climate and culture and geographical context. Springfield cannot meaningfully be adjacent to all of them. And yet, the show has been deliberately and systematically contradicting itself about Springfield's location for its entire run. Every episode that produces a clue is eventually followed by an episode that invalidates that clue. Every narrowing of possibilities is eventually countered by a new impossibility. Lisa's area code begins with 636, which is a Missouri prefix. The state abbreviation shown in certain episodes is NT, which is not the abbreviation of any American state. When Homer once called the state capital, the voice on the phone identified the state as beginning with a vowel, which eliminates most states but still leaves enough that the mystery continues. The show teases answers. It withdraws them. It offers new clues that seem definitive and then undermines them in the following season. It has been doing this for 36 years with what I can only describe as a dedication that suggests the ambiguity is intentional and important. Matt Groening, the show's creator, did once solve the mystery, or appeared to. In a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine, he stated that Springfield was named after Springfield, Oregon, his home state. He chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, existing in a huge number of states, and because the frequency of the name would make it impossible to pin the show's setting to any single real location. For approximately 2 days, fans believed the mystery was solved, and then the show continued making it unsolvable. Episodes aired after the interview that place Springfield in geographic contexts entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept the mystery alive because the mystery was the point, because the answer was less useful than the question, and because a Springfield with a confirmed location would lose something essential. The surface explanation is universality. Springfield is designed to feel like every American town simultaneously, to be recognizable to every viewer regardless of their actual address. It has the industrial decay of the Rust Belt, the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt, the small town claustrophobia of New England, the cultural blankness of the Midwest, the weather systems of everywhere. It is assembled from pieces of all the towns that have ever existed in America, stitched together into a single impossible geography that feels familiar because every American has lived in some part of it. This explanation is true. Groening has confirmed it directly. The show was designed this way deliberately. But now apply the theories and watch the surface explanation become something stranger. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield is a contamination zone where the laws of biology have been bent by decades of nuclear exposure, why should geography be exempt from the distortion? If the residents can have 4 fingers and yellow skin and survive injuries that should be lethal, if the animals have extra eyes and the dogs look subtly wrong, if the human body in Springfield operates under rules that don't apply anywhere else, why would the land itself be exempt? Why would the space Springfield occupies remain subject to the normal laws of physical geography? Maybe Springfield has both mountains and coastline because the contamination doesn't only affect biology. Maybe the radiation has warped the physical landscape around the power plant, compressing geographic features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single region. Maybe the laws of physics in the immediate vicinity of the plant are genuinely, measurably different from the laws of physics everywhere else. It sounds extreme, but it's not demonstrably more extreme than what the show has already established about the biological effects of Burns's operation. Under the coma theory, Springfield's geography makes a different and perhaps more emotionally resonant kind of sense. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't have a precise mental map of the United States. It has memories. It has impressions. It has fragments of places visited, seen on television, described in conversations, glimpsed in photographs. Mountains from a family vacation, ocean from a commercial, desert from a road trip, farmland from driving through the middle of the country. The specific combination of industrial architecture and middle-class residential neighborhoods that made up his actual daily life in the actual Springfield, where he fell into his coma. His unconscious mind assembles a town from all of these, layering them on top of each other without concern for geographic logic, because dreams don't operate on geographic logic. Dreams operate on emotional logic. Springfield feels like every American place because it is made from Homer's entire memory of every American place he ever experienced, assembled without the filters that a waking mind would apply. Mountains next to ocean, next to desert. They're all there because he has some memory of all of them. They're all there because his sleeping mind reached for everything it could find and pressed it together into something that felt like home. Under the principle and the pauper framework, Springfield's geographic uncertainty is something considerably more practical. You cannot regulate a town you cannot locate. You cannot hold a nuclear facility accountable to EPA standards if the facility's jurisdiction changes between investigations. You cannot bring legal action against a polluter if the state authority with jurisdiction over their operation cannot be consistently identified. You cannot serve subpoenas to a company operating in a state that keeps changing. Springfield floats between geographies because floating is far safer from the perspective of anyone who benefits from the town's current configuration than landing. Landing would mean accountability. Landing would mean a specific state attorney general with a specific legal mandate to investigate the specific cracked cooling towers and the specific contaminated waterways and the specific human skeletons in the specific basement of a specific nuclear facility in a specific jurisdiction. Springfield floats because somewhere in the history of this town, someone made a decision that ambiguity was preferable to location. And the decision has been maintained ever since through the mechanism we identified in The Principal and the Pauper through collective agreement to sustain the useful fiction over the inconvenient truth. In the episode Behind the Laughter, a season 12 mockumentary about the Simpson family, Springfield's location was finally given definitively, Northern Kentucky. The episode aired, the answer was stated, and fans marked their maps. And then the syndicated version of the episode changed the answer. In reruns, the location was stated as a different state entirely. The show gave you a definitive answer and then, depending on which version of the episode you watched, gave you a different definitive answer. Even when Springfield has a location, that location is not a location. It shifts. It mutates. It refuses to stay in place the way everything else in Springfield refuses to stay in place. Every state in the Union has been proposed as Springfield's true home at some point by someone with enough evidence to make a case. Every theory has supporting episodes. Every theory also has contradicting episodes. The show has woven the impossibility in too deeply for any single answer to hold against the weight of everything that argues against it. Springfield will never be found on a map, not because the show can't decide, but because the show decided long ago that an unfindable Springfield is worth more than a findable one. A town with no fixed address is a town that can simultaneously be every American town. A town that belongs to every viewer. A town that nobody can shut down because you can't serve papers to an address that doesn't exist. A town that belongs to everyone and therefore cannot be taken from anyone. That is the deepest logic of Springfield's geographic uncertainty. It is a form of collective ownership through collective mystery. As long as nobody knows exactly where Springfield is everywhere. And a Springfield that is everywhere cannot be confined, cannot be contained, cannot have a dome placed over it by the EPA. The dome in the movie was temporary. Springfield escaped. Of course it did. You can't permanently contain a place that doesn't occupy a fixed location. It just moves. It becomes somewhere else. It continues to float between states, between geographies, between the possible and the impossible, as it has always done, as it will always do. Springfield isn't on any map because Springfield doesn't need to be. It already knows where it lives. It lives wherever you are watching right now. It lives in the space between what you know about your town and what you suspect about it. In the gap between the official story and the story that feels true when you look at it too closely at 3 in the morning. Springfield is here, has always been here. You just can't prove it. Section 10. Hans Moleman and Ned Flanders. 2 quiet tragedies. We're moving into something quieter now. 2 characters who live in the background of Springfield who rarely anchor the main story, but who, when you look at them through the lens of everything we've discussed, reveal something about the show's architecture that the main characters never quite expose. The first is very small, nearly blind. He has been dying for 36 years. His name is Hans Moleman. You know him even if you don't know his name. The tiny, ancient, hunched figure who appears at the edges of Springfield scenes with the inevitability of a recurring dream. He exists to suffer. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by objects that should not reasonably be in his vicinity. He gets buried alive, struck by lightning, incinerated, eaten by animals, dragged under machinery, run over, trampled, dropped from heights. He dies. Repeatedly. Canonically. Not in Treehouse of Horror episodes, not in dream sequences, not in alternate timelines. In regular, standard, continuity-respecting episodes of The Simpsons. Hans Moleman dies, and then he appears in the following episode, completely fine, sometimes in the background of a scene, sometimes with a minor speaking role, completely intact. No explanation, no resurrection, no acknowledgement that he was recently dead. He is, by any reasonable count, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. Most viewers accept this as a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It's funny. Don't think about it. But under the radiation theory, Moleman's repeated deaths become something genuinely strange. If the contamination at Springfield's nuclear plant has altered the biology of the town's residents in profound ways, then Moleman might represent an extreme version of that alteration. A man whose body has been so fundamentally changed by decades of radiation exposure that it can reconstitute itself after fatal trauma. He doesn't survive his deaths the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures damage and heals. Moleman actually ceases to function and then restarts, as though death in Springfield for certain residents is not a permanent state but a temporary one. A biological reset, a cellular restoration triggered by whatever the plant has done to the structural integrity of these particular bodies. Under the coma theory, Moleman serves a different function. He is a background process in Homer's dream, a filler character that Homer's unconscious mind doesn't invest enough detail in to maintain consistently. He dies because the dream occasionally allows minor characters to lapse, their information packets too small to sustain continuous operation. And he comes back because the dream needs background population. Springfield requires a certain number of bodies moving through its frames to feel inhabited. Moleman is one of those bodies, reloaded each episode from whatever minimal data Homer's brain retains about him. He isn't a person in this reading. He is a piece of environmental scenery. A prop that the dream breaks and reassembles because it requires him to make the set work. Under the collective denial framework, Moleman's deaths are simply another thing Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies in public repeatedly, visibly, in front of witnesses, and nobody calls for an investigation. Nobody asks the obvious question about how someone can be killed in the town square on Tuesday and be sitting at the counter of a convenience store on Thursday. The community has normalized Moleman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should alarm them. Blinky, burns glowing, human skeletons in the plant basement, a safety inspector with an IQ of 55, a principal who isn't who he says he is, and a tiny old man who keeps dying and keeps coming back, and nobody bats an eye. And then there's the detail that tends to stop people cold when they hear it for the first time. Hans Moleman once stated his age. He has claimed to be 31 years old. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. He has the physical presentation of a very advanced elderly person. His vision is severely impaired. His posture is bent with what suggests decades of bone loss. His voice has the quality of someone who has been old for a very long time. If he is telling the truth about his age and the show gives us no reason to believe he is lying, Then something aged haunts Molman catastrophically? Something took a man in the middle of his life and turned him into a walking assemblage of age-related decline decades before that process should have begun. Something that also, paradoxically, made him nearly indestructible despite that apparent frailty. Something that made death available to him as a recurring experience rather than a permanent one. The radiation theory has an answer. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory has an answer. The only framework that doesn't have an answer is the one that says, The Simpsons is just a cartoon and none of it means anything beyond the laugh it was designed to produce. Now let's move to the second tragedy, the larger, quieter, more devastating one. Ned Flanders. On the surface, Ned Flanders is the best person in Springfield, possibly the best person the show has ever depicted. He is kind, he is generous, he is devoutly, consistently, non-performatively religious in a way that translates into actual daily practice rather than Sunday attendance and occasional charitable donation. He is physically fit. He is financially responsible. He is a patient, involved, emotionally present father. He is a good neighbor in the specific, actual sense of the word, not just in the sense of mild politeness, but in the sense of regularly doing difficult things to help the people who live near him. He is, by any reasonable measure, significantly better than Homer in every area the show uses to assess a person's quality. And the show punishes him for it, consistently, repeatedly, without mercy. Let's begin with Maud. Ned's wife, Maud Flanders, was killed by a misfired t-shirt cannon at the Springfield Speedway. This is how she died. A t-shirt cannon, a device designed to shoot promotional clothing items into a crowd during a sporting event, was fired in her direction. Homer, who was in the stands nearby, was dodging the incoming shirts in the specific way Homer dodges things he doesn't want, randomly and without regard for anyone nearby. The shirts that should have gone to Homer hit Maud instead. She fell from the bleachers. She died from the fall. Homer's selfishness, expressed in a trivial and thoughtless moment, killed Ned Flanders' wife. And Ned forgave him, because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He absorbs whatever Springfield delivers to him, and he responds with grace and patience and the specific variety of faith that holds, that suffering is not arbitrary but purposeful, that there is a reason for the pain, that the pain is building towards something, that the God who allows this is the same God who loves him and has a plan. But then there's the hurricane. In the episode Alone Again, Naturadiddly, the setup is relatively minor. A storm damages various properties in Springfield. The Flanders house is destroyed. The community gathers to rebuild it. The effort is community-oriented, well-intentioned, and deeply incompetent. The house they construct is so badly built that it collapses almost immediately. The neighbors tried in their way, but what they produced was nothing that could stand. And Ned snaps. He stands in front of Springfield and he screams. He says things he has been holding inside for decades. The accumulated weight of a man who has done everything correctly and been given loss in return. He insults everyone. He identifies every grievance he has carried without complaint. He says out loud the things that a man of Ned's professed character is never supposed to say, because saying them means acknowledging that the faith and the patience and the turning of the other cheek have not produced the outcomes they were supposed to produce. He is immediately institutionalized. In the mental health facility, the show reveals the mechanism behind Ned's relentless positivity. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being of a philosophical persuasion that rejected conventional discipline, took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conducting intensive behavioral modification, conditioning the aggression out of Ned through a therapeutic process that the show depicts as having been, in its effects, essentially a form of psychological reprogramming. Ned's kindness is not natural. It was manufactured, installed over a pre-existing temperament through years of behavioral intervention. The Ned Flanders that Springfield knows, the neighbor who never loses his patience, the man who forgives every slight and extends every benefit of the doubt, is a construction, a carefully maintained psychological artifact. The person underneath the construction is someone else, the feral, unmanaged child who is taken to a doctor to be changed. Everything about Ned reads differently once you carry this knowledge. His patience with Homer isn't saintliness, it's a compulsion. His brain was conditioned to suppress aggression at all costs, to find a route to forbearance, regardless of the provocation. And Homer provides provocation of a variety and frequency that would test anyone. Ned doesn't have the choice to be impatient with Homer. The choice was removed from him before he was old enough to know he had it. His faith isn't a free spiritual practice. It's a coping framework adopted by a man who needs an external structure to explain why a life lived in accordance with all the right principles keeps producing outcomes that don't match the promised returns. If everything happens for a reason, then the t-shirt cannon and the collapsed house and the years of Homer's thoughtlessness have meaning. Without that framework, the question of why a good man keeps suffering while a bad man keeps thriving has no comfortable answer. His forgiveness isn't grace. It is the programmed response of a system that was designed by someone else's hand to produce forgiveness automatically, regardless of whether the person extending it has actually processed the full weight of what they're forgiving. The show knows this. The show has shown us what happens when the programming fails. When the storm and the collapsed house and the accumulated decades push past the capacity of the conditioning to contain them. What emerges in that moment is not a monster. It is despair. The despair of a man who has kept faith with the bargain he believes he made, and who has received, in return, less than he was promised. And the darkest element of Ned's situation is one the show establishes quietly across multiple episodes and never directly addresses. God talks to Homer, not metaphorically, not as a reported conversation. God appears to Homer on screen, face to face, and they have actual dialogue. This happens more than once in the show's run. Homer, who sleeps through church, who approaches religion with the specific combination of casual belief and total inattention that characterizes his approach to most things, has been granted direct divine communication. Twice, Ned Flanders, who attends church every week without fail, who prays with consistency and sincerity, who has organized his entire life around the practice of his faith, has never had a conversation with God in the show's 36-year run. God talks to Homer. God ignores Ned. The drunk who falls asleep in the pew gets divine contact. The devout man who built his life on faith gets silence. This is not random. This is a thesis statement. The Simpsons is telling you, in a voice that is quiet but not subtle, that the universe as it operates in Springfield does not distribute its attention or its grace according to merit. That goodness is not protected. That kindness does not guarantee reward. That the system, whatever the system is, whether it's Burns's contaminated infrastructure or Homer's dream or Springfield's collective denial, does not care about moral behavior. It cares about compliance. It cares about who is useful and who is not. Ned is the most compliant person in Springfield. He was engineered to be compliant before he was old enough to choose otherwise. And his reward is a dead wife and a destroyed house and a neighbor who will never fully appreciate what his presence represents. And a God who talks to everyone except the one person who is actually, devotedly, consistently listening. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that does not punish wrongdoing. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that does not reward rightness. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, has never narrowed. The system wasn't designed to narrow it. The system was designed to keep everyone exactly where they are. Homer at the plant, Ned at the church, Burns on the hill, Molman in the ground, Springfield in his endless, timeless, consequence-free present, where nothing changes and nothing ends and nobody ages and the beer is always cold and the sky always has that specific gray quality that nobody mentions. That is the design. That is the purpose of every mechanism we've spent this night examining. Not cruelty, exactly. Not malice, at least not always. Just the specific, impersonal weight of a system that was built to sustain itself by keeping everything in its place. And nobody in Springfield, not Homer and not Ned, and not even Maggie with all her silent intelligence, has yet figured out how to stand outside the system long enough to see it whole. Section 11, The Floating Timeline. Why Nobody Ages. The room is very quiet now. Your breathing is deep and slow. You're somewhere between here and sleep. And that is exactly where we need you for this last major piece. The Floating Timeline. We've been circling it all night, each theory touching it from a different angle, each explanation adding a layer of meaning to what the show presents as a standard animation convention. Tonight we're going to look at it directly, and when we do, we're going to see that it contains every theory we've discussed, that it is in some sense the theory that contains all the others. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted in December of 1989. He is 10 years old now, in whatever year you are reading or listening to this. Lisa was 8 when the show began. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1 year old. She is still 1 year old. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. They are still in their mid-30s. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this narrative structure is a floating timeline, and it is common enough in long-running animated programming that most viewers accept it without examination. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1992, they were living in 1992. The year changes around them, the technology changes, the cultural references evolve, but the characters remain frozen at their established ages, locked in place while the world slides past. This is practical. It prevents the show from writing itself into narrative corners. It allows new viewers to join at any point without needing to understand decades of backstory. It keeps the character dynamics stable, which keeps the show commercially viable. These are real reasons. They are the actual reasons the show uses a floating timeline. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so large that they have broken through the surface and become visible to anyone paying attention. The mechanism that was supposed to be invisible has left marks. The most obvious problem is Homer and Marge's history. When the show began, their backstory was grounded in a specific era. They met in high school in the late 1970s. They fell in love. Their courtship was set during a time that felt appropriate for parents in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. The music of that era, the fashion, the cultural touchstones, all of it anchored their origin story to a moment in history that made coherent sense. But as the floating timeline carried the present forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are in their mid-30s in 2025, they didn't meet in 1980. They met around 2005, which means their high school experience was not defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by MySpace and early social media. The show has addressed this by simply rewriting the backstory as needed. In later flashback episodes, Homer and Marge's youth has been relocated to different decades as the timeline required. They have been depicted as products of the 90s, then the early 2000s, their origin story retold and reset to maintain the illusion of a permanent present. Their past is not stable. It is a draft that gets revised. Their memories, as depicted by the show, are not reliable records of a fixed history. They are whatever history the current episode needs them to have had. Under the coma theory, this is exactly what you'd expect. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't maintain a consistent history for itself. It has memories, impressions, feelings associated with the past, but the specific details are unstable because memories are unstable, because the brain that holds them is not operating under the conditions that produce accurate long-term retention. The backstory shifts because the dream revises it. Not deliberately, not through some deliberate narrative mechanism, but the way all dreams revise their own history, fluidly, without fixing any point as permanent, returning to the same emotional territory through different approaches each time. Now every theory converges. The coma theory. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. His last memory of them is of this version of them, and the dream cannot age what the mind cannot observe. The radiation theory. Nobody ages because their biology has been altered at the cellular level by decades of nuclear contamination. The mutation that made the fish grow a third eye has also, in some still unexplained mechanism, altered the aging process of every organism in Springfield. The collective denial theory. Nobody ages because Springfield has collectively agreed to ignore the passage of time as it ignores every other inconvenient truth. The town votes, in its unspoken way, not to acknowledge what the years are doing, because acknowledging it would require acknowledging other things, and the other things cannot be acknowledged. The Burns immortality theory. At least one person in Springfield has already demonstrated that the normal rules of biological aging don't apply within the town's geography. If Burns can stretch a century and a half through medical intervention and sheer force of wealth, the concept of aging itself is already negotiable in this universe. The Simpsons not aging is simply the democratized version of what Burns has always done for himself. The whole town operating under the rules Burns made for one. All four arrive at the same place. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Something about this town, this combination of contamination and dreaming and collective agreement and institutional manipulation, has broken the normal flow of time for every living thing within the zone. The floating timeline isn't a production convenience. It is evidence. It is the show telling you, through the simple fact of nobody ever having a birthday that means anything, that the rules governing Springfield are not the rules governing anywhere else. And the show knows it can imagine its characters aging. It has done it. Season 6, Episode 19, Lisa's Wedding. The show flashes forward to a future version of Springfield. Lisa is 23 years old. She is engaged. She is the person that all of her childhood development pointed toward. Intelligent, principled, somewhat lonely, searching for connection in a world that still doesn't quite know how to receive her. The episode is beautiful. It is detailed and emotionally specific and entirely convincing. It proves that the show can tell this story, that the characters have futures worth imagining, that the writers have a clear vision of who these people become when time is allowed to act on them. And then the episode ends, and Lisa is 8 again. The future was a glimpse, a window that opened and closed, and the permanent present resumed. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. And this is where the mystery expands beyond Springfield, beyond The Simpsons, beyond animation as a medium, and into something about the culture that consumes this particular show with this particular devotion. The Simpsons is not just a television show. It is the American family, as represented in the medium of television for longer than any other fictional household in history. They have been the American family for 36 years. And the American family, as The Simpsons presents it, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must remain middle-aged, bewildered, lovable, failing upward. Marge must remain patient, beautiful, slightly muted in her own desires by the demands of being the stable center of an unstable household. Bart must remain rebellious, charming, clever in the ways that don't translate to academic success. Lisa must remain idealistic, frustrated, brilliant, and slightly outside the world she's trying to improve. Maggie must remain silent, watching, holding her potential in reserve. The dynamic must hold. The structure must persist. Because the moment The Simpsons ages, the moment Bart goes to college, and Lisa moves to a city that might actually appreciate her, and Maggie finally speaks, and Homer retires, and Marge is left in an empty house, the show stops being a comedy. It becomes an elegy, the story of a family that ran out of its particular kind of time. And America doesn't want that story. America wants the couch. It wants the opening credits running in familiar sequence. It wants Homer running inside through the front door, and Marge greeting him and the children arriving and the family assembled in the living room. The same living room, in the same positions, ready for whatever this week's story delivers. The floating timeline is not a narrative device. It is the show's thesis statement. The Simpsons are frozen in time because we need them to be. Because they represent something we are not ready to release. The chaotic, loving, imperfect, impossible, indestructible American family. The family that survives everything, resets after every disaster, starts fresh every Sunday at 8 o'clock. The Simpsons don't age because aging means ending. And the American family, as a cultural artifact, as a shared mythology, is not allowed to end, not in television. Not in the part of the national imagination that turns on the television and goes home to Springfield because home is exactly what Springfield is. The loop isn't their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in to make sure the walls are still standing and the family is still intact and the timeline is still floating and nobody has aged and nothing has changed and the beer is still cold and the house is still yellow and the opening credits still play in the same order they've always played. And every time we watch, every time we quote a line or recognize a reference or feel the particular comfort of that familiar theme music, we make the loop a little stronger. We make it a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. We press them more firmly into the amber that has been forming around them since 1989. Because if they escape, if the timeline finally lands, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa's saxophone gets packed into a college dorm, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America The Simpsons represents was always fragile, was always temporary, was always one birthday away from becoming something we don't recognize anymore. So we don't let them age. We watch, and they don't age, and we don't quite age while we're watching. And Springfield remains exactly what it has always been. Everywhere and nowhere. Every time and no time. Every family and one specific family. Our family. Still watching the same television, still sitting on the same couch. Still going home to Evergreen Terrace, where nothing changes and everything is fine and the loop holds and the dream continues. Section 12. The final theory. Springfield as mirror. We've been in Springfield together for a long time tonight. Let your breathing slow all the way down to its natural rhythm, the one your body finds when your mind finally stops directing it. In and out. In and out. Easy and slow. We've covered a great deal of territory. We've examined the radiation that the show has been quietly disclosing for 36 years. We've followed Homer into his coma and considered the possibility that everything since 1993 is the dream of a man who has not yet woken up. We've reopened the Burns shooting case and found that the official answer raises more questions than it closes. We've traced the mechanisms of Burns's impossible longevity. We've watched Springfield vote to criminalize truth and exile the man who carried it. We've sat in the quiet watchfulness of Maggie's enormous, patient eyes. We've examined what it means that a cartoon has been shaping American culture at least as much as it has been reflecting it. We've followed the three-generation wreckage that Mona's story maps across the Simpson family. We've tried to find Springfield on a map and found it everywhere. We've counted Molman's deaths. We've understood what the conditioning behind Ned's smile cost him. And now, at the end of all of it, there is one more thing to say. The thing that all of these theories, separately and together, have been pointing toward without quite stating directly. Every theory we discuss tonight is different. They use different evidence, different premises, different kinds of logic. Some are dark, some are elegant, some are both simultaneously. Some lean into the show's horror and some into its sadness, and some into the specific kind of strangeness that long-running art sometimes produces when it accumulates enough material that patterns begin emerging that nobody originally intended. But every single theory, when you follow it to its conclusion, arrives at the same destination. Something is wrong in Springfield, not wrong in the way that a joke is wrong, that a cartoon is absurd, that fiction requires the suspension of disbelief. Wrong in a structural sense. Wrong in a way that goes deeper than animation style or episodic convenience, or the practical demands of a show that needs to produce 22 episodes a year for 3.5 decades. Something has broken the rules of reality in this town. Rules. Whether it's radiation or dreams or collective denial or institutional corruption, or the accumulated weight of 36 years without change, something has bent the space around Springfield until the ordinary rules that govern biology and time and memory and consequence no longer apply in the way they apply everywhere else. And the show has been telling us this since the very beginning. Not in dramatic reveals, not through exposition, through accumulation, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail upon detail, season by season, episode by episode, until the picture is undeniable to anyone willing to look at it steadily. A three-eyed fish, a safety inspector who sleeps at his console, a billionaire who glows, a principal who isn't who he says he is, a baby who shot a man, a town that voted to forget, a mother who had to disappear, a family that never ages, a man who might be dreaming. The show isn't hiding these things. It is showing them to you week after week in every rerun and every new episode, dressed in jokes and laugh tracks and the warm familiarity of a family you've known for most of your life. It shows you, and then it winks, and it moves on, and it hopes, or perhaps it expects, that you'll move on with it. Most people do. Most people accept the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the impossible town as the normal vocabulary of this specific show, as unremarkable as the specific visual grammar of any long-running piece of animation. We've been watching long enough that we've become Springfield. We've made the same bargain the town made. We've agreed, without being asked directly, to treat the impossible as normal because the alternative is to stop and ask questions, and the questions, once started, don't stop easily. Why haven't they aged? Why does nobody remember last season's disaster? How is Burns still alive? What is in the water? Why does the most dangerous industrial facility in fiction have an IQ of 55 standing between it and the population it serves? The questions are there. They've always been there. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and could not accept the surface. They kept watching, kept rewatching, kept connecting what the show places adjacent and asking what the adjacency means, what the pattern reveals, what the accumulation of all these impossible details adds up to when you step back far enough to see the shape. And what it adds up to is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and, in its own way, more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's lovable incompetence is not a personality trait, but a scar left by a system that broke him before he was old enough to protect himself. Where Maggie's silence is the most intelligent response anyone in the family has ever made to the world they were born into. Where Burns's immortality is the logical endpoint of a philosophy that has always believed that enough money and enough control can make death optional for the people who can afford it. Where Marge's endless, slightly sad patience is the force that holds a family together when every other force in their environment is working to pull it apart. Where Bart's rebellion, his constant pushing against every boundary and every authority and every rule that Springfield imposes, is the only sane response available to a 10-year-old who can sense that something is wrong without being able to name it. And where Lisa, 8 years old, brilliant, isolated, frustrated, playing her saxophone at 7 in the morning. Because music is the one language that doesn't require anyone to listen for it to be valid, is the only person in Springfield who has never stopped asking questions, who has never fully made the bargain, who keeps pulling at the threads even when the threads go nowhere, even when the community ignores her, even when the system is specifically designed to ensure that her questions produce no actionable results. Lisa is the audience in a way. She is the part of us that watches The Simpsons and cannot quite look away, that keeps returning to it even years after we should have moved on, that keeps noticing things that don't add up, that keeps asking why the fish have 3 eyes and why the children never grow up, and why the man on the hill has been alive since before the telephone. She keeps asking because she can't stop asking. Because stopping would mean accepting the Springfield bargain. Because the bargain requires you to agree that the way things are is the way things have to be. And something in Lisa, something in the people who theorize about Springfield, something in anyone who has ever looked at any system that operates on convenient fictions and thought, no, that's not actually right, refuses to accept that agreement. Springfield will endure. It will always endure. It is too embedded in American culture, too woven into the fabric of the past 36 years, too present in the memory of too many people who grew up watching it to simply stop. The couch will continue. The opening credits will continue. The family will continue to arrive from different directions and assemble in the living room and watch the television and endure whatever this week has decided to deliver. Nothing will change. Everything will reset. The loop will hold. And somewhere in Springfield General Hospital, if the coma theory is right, a man lies in a bed and dreams his family into existence, dreams them younger and funnier and more capable of surviving disaster than they could ever actually be, dreams a town full of impossible people who love each other in impossible ways, dreams a world where every Friday night the family comes home and everything is fine and the beer is cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. And if the coma theory is wrong, if Homer is awake, if Springfield is real in whatever sense a fictional place can be real, then the dream is the same dream. The American family. Intact, imperfect, unkillable. The house on Evergreen Terrace, the yellow faces in the blue light of the television, the loop that we built and that we maintain and that we return to every time we need to go somewhere that time cannot reach. The greatest mystery of The Simpsons is not who shot Burns. It's not where Springfield is, or how Burns is still alive, or what Maggie is waiting to do. The greatest mystery is why we love them so much. Why the family that argues and crashes and forgets and resets and crashes again holds the part of us that it holds. That specific warm and slightly aching part that gets touched when the couch gag plays and the family assembles in their seats and the story begins again. Maybe because they're us. Maybe because Springfield is the town we grew up in. Whatever town that was, the one with its own quiet impossibilities and its own things it had agreed not to discuss. Maybe because Homer is someone's father, and Marge is someone's mother, and Bart is who we wanted to be when we were young enough, that wanting to be Bart was a viable ambition. Maybe because Lisa is who we should have been, who we might still become, who keeps asking the questions, even when the asking doesn't lead in anywhere because the asking is its own answer. Maybe because Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep quiet. The part that watches everything and says nothing and waits. The part that knows more than it shows. The part that is saving something for the right moment. The moment that hasn't come yet. The moment that might be coming. Section 9. Expanded. Where is Springfield? The town that belongs to everyone. Let your mind go soft. Don't try to hold anything in particular. We're going to try to find Springfield on a map tonight. We are going to fail, completely and inevitably, and that failure is going to tell us something important. Something that the show has been hiding inside its geography, the same way it hides everything important. In plain sight, repeated so often that the eye stops registering it as unusual. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can identify Springfield, can picture it, can name its landmarks, than can name the capital of a significant number of actual states in the actual country. It has a nuclear power plant on a hill. It has a tire fire that has been burning for years, a slow smoldering that never quite extinguishes, and that nobody in Springfield seems particularly motivated to address, which is perhaps the most Springfield thing about it. It has a gorge, a harbor, an elementary school that has never had enough funding, a prison that seems to have a revolving door specifically engineered for Springfield's most frequently arrested residents, 2 hospitals, a bar where the same group of men has been drinking the same beer since 1989, and a quick-stop convenience store that is arguably the social and commercial center of the community. It has mountains. It has coastline. It has desert, seemingly within driving distance, and dense forest, also within driving distance, and farmland, and the kind of industrial decay that belongs to the Rust Belt, and the kind of suburban sprawl that belongs to the Sun Belt, and the kind of small-town insularity that belongs to New England, and a general cultural blankness that feels specific to the American Midwest. It borders across various episodes over various seasons Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. These states share no borders with each other. They occupy different regions of the country. They have different climates, different cultural identities, different geographic profiles. Springfield cannot be meaningfully adjacent to all 4 of them. And yet the show has placed it adjacent to all 4 of them in different episodes, without any attempt to reconcile the contradiction, without any acknowledgement that a contradiction exists. The show has been doing this deliberately for its entire run. Every clue that seems to narrow down the possibilities is eventually contradicted by a different episode that opens them back up again. The state abbreviation shown in certain contexts is NT, which is not an abbreviation belonging to any state in the Union. Lisa's area code begins with 636, which is Missouri. When Homer once called the state capital to ask a question, the voice on the other end identified the state as one beginning with a vowel, eliminating some candidates while leaving enough viable ones that the mystery continues. The show teases. The show withdraws. The show offers what looks like a definitive answer and then reverses it in the following season. It has been doing this for 36 years with a consistency that can only be read as intentional. Matt Groening appeared to end the mystery in 2012. In an interview with Smithsonian Magazine, he stated that Springfield was named after Springfield, Oregon. He grew up near it. He chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, spread across dozens of states, and because naming the show's setting after such a common name would make it impossible to attribute Springfield to any single real location. Every American state has a Springfield, or nearly every one. The name itself is designed to be everywhere. For approximately 2 days after the interview, the mystery felt solved. Springfield, Oregon. Case closed. Then the show continued being geographically impossible. New episodes placed the town in contexts entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not alter their approach to accommodate the creator's disclosure. The mystery persisted because the people responsible for maintaining it had decided, collectively and apparently permanently, that an unsolvable Springfield was more valuable than a solved one. The surface explanation for all of this is the one the show's designers have always offered. Springfield is designed to be universal. It is every American town simultaneously. It is assembled from pieces of every community type in the national experience: industrial decay, suburban sprawl, small-town claustrophobia, coastal sophistication, heartland flatness, all layered on top of each other without geographic logic, creating a place that resonates with viewers in vastly different parts of the country, because everyone finds something in it that resembles where they're from. This is true. Groening has confirmed it. The choice was deliberate, thought through, designed to produce exactly this effect. Springfield is intended to feel familiar to every viewer regardless of their actual address. But apply the theories we've been building tonight and the explanation becomes something with more layers. If the radiation theory is correct, if the contamination from Burns's plant has bent the laws of biology so thoroughly that the fish grow extra eyes and the residents don't age and the safety inspector survives things that should kill him repeatedly, why should geography be exempt from the distortion? If the rules of biology don't apply in Springfield the way they apply everywhere else, why would the rules of physical space? Why would terrain and distance and the normal arrangement of geographic features be immune to whatever the plant has been doing to the world around it? Maybe Springfield has mountains adjacent to ocean, adjacent to desert, because the contamination doesn't only alter biology. Maybe it has warped the physical space around the plant as well, compressed geographic features that in any normal arrangement would be separated by hundreds of miles into something that defies the ordinary laws of landscape formation. Maybe the impossibility isn't confined to the yellow-skinned people with 4 fingers who don't age. Maybe the ground itself has been changed. Under the coma theory, the geography makes a gentler kind of sense. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't have a precise, GPS-accurate mental map of the United States stored in its memory. It has impressions, fragments of places visited, mountains from a family vacation he once took that his conscious memory would have recorded as being in a specific state, but that his unconscious mind stores as simply mountains, cold, beautiful. Ocean from a trip or a postcard or a television commercial stored as water, wide, flat, light. Desert from driving through somewhere once, stored as dry, orange, heat rising from the road. His unconscious mind assembles Springfield from all of these fragments, places them in proximity to each other based on emotional association rather than physical reality, creates a landscape that is geographically impossible and emotionally complete. A place that feels like everywhere because it's built from everywhere Homer ever went, layered together without the filters of waking spatial logic. Dreams don't have geographic rules. They have emotional ones. Springfield is emotionally consistent even when it is physically impossible. The feelings it produces are coherent even when the landscape that produces them is not. Because feelings are what the dream is made of, and the landscape is just the dream's way of providing a setting for the feelings. And under the framework of the principle and the pauper, the geographic uncertainty serves a specific practical purpose that has nothing to do with universality or dreams. You cannot regulate a jurisdiction you cannot locate. If Springfield is in Ohio, then Ohio's environmental regulatory apparatus has authority over it. If it's in Nevada, then Nevada's. If Springfield has a fixed location, then a specific state attorney general has the jurisdiction and the mandate to investigate the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the dumped playground waste and the $56 million compliance bill that Burns declined to pay. If Springfield's location shifts between episodes, if every attempt to establish regulatory jurisdiction is undermined by a subsequent episode that places the town elsewhere, then no single agency can maintain consistent oversight. The compliance requirements remain unenforceable because enforcement requires jurisdiction, and jurisdiction requires a fixed address. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer for the people who benefit from the current configuration of Springfield than landing would be. Landing means accountability. Landing means a specific regulator with a specific legal mandate following the chain of evidence from the fish. With three eyes to the water, the fish swims into the plant that contaminated the water, to the ownership structure of the plant, to the man who chose not to fix the violations. Springfield's geographic ambiguity is not a comedy device that got out of hand. It is a legal shield so thoroughly maintained for so long that it has become invisible, like everything in Springfield that has been present long enough to stop being noticed. A town without a fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no permanent oversight, no consistent jurisdiction. No one who can arrive with a badge and a mandate and start asking the questions that should have been asked decades ago. Springfield floats because floating is what keeps the lights on and the violations unaddressed and the water contaminated and the cracked cooling towers cracked and the man on the hill alive and funded and running the operation that has been running since before anyone currently alive can remember it not running. Every state in the Union has been theorized as Springfield's true location at some point. Every theory has episodes that support it. Every theory has episodes that contradict it. The show has built the impossibility in too deeply for any single answer to hold against the weight of everything that argues against it. Springfield will never be found on a map. Not because the show can't decide where to put it, because someone decided long ago that unfindable was better than findable, and that decision has been maintained through 36 years of deliberate contradiction. A town that belongs to everyone cannot be taken from anyone, and a town that cannot be located on a map cannot have its nuclear plant ordered into compliance by any regulatory body that needs a fixed address to exercise its authority. Springfield is everywhere and nowhere, exactly as designed, exactly as it needs to be, forever floating between geographies the way everything in Springfield floats between states it was never meant to settle into. Section 10, expanded. Hans Molman and Ned Flanders. Two quiet tragedies. We're close to the end of our time in Springfield tonight. The stories are getting quieter. Let your body stay heavy and your breathing stay slow. These last ones are gentler in their way, more personal. Less about systems and conspiracies and more about what it costs, specifically and personally, to be a particular kind of person in a particular kind of town. The first character I want to spend time with is very small, nearly blind, elderly in a way that seems to exceed what his stated age would explain. His name is Hans Moleman, and he has been dying in Springfield for as long as Springfield has existed on screen. If you have watched any meaningful amount of the show, you know Hans Moleman even if you don't know his name. He is the tiny, stooped, squinting man who appears at the edges of Springfield scenes with the reliability of a background detail that someone decided was funny enough to keep using. He exists from a narrative standpoint to suffer. He is hit by cars. He is crushed by heavy objects that have no reasonable business being near him. He is buried alive. He is struck by lightning. He is incinerated. He walks into traffic. He is eaten by animals large enough to eat a small person. He is dropped from heights. He is subjected to the full catalog of cartoon physical comedy, applied relentlessly to one small, elderly, nearly blind man who never quite manages to be somewhere safe when catastrophe decides to visit. He dies. Canonically. In regular episodes, not in the special Halloween episodes that exist outside the normal continuity, not in dream sequences or flash forwards or other zones where the show grants itself permission to break its own rules. In standard, continuity relevant episodes of The Simpsons, Hans Moleman dies. And then he appears in the following episode or the one after that, completely fine. No explanation is offered, no resurrection is depicted, no character ever acknowledges that he was recently dead. He simply reappears, as though the death did not occur, ready for whatever Springfield has prepared for him next. By any careful accounting, he is the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. Most people accept this as a running joke that has been running since the show's early seasons, has never been explained, and does not require explanation. Moleman dies a lot. This is funny. The show does not owe you an accounting of how he keeps coming back. But the theories we've been developing tonight don't accept that answer. Under the radiation theory, Moleman might represent the most extreme mutation in Springfield. A man whose cellular biology has been so thoroughly altered by decades of proximity to the plant's contamination that his body can reconstitute itself after fatal trauma. He doesn't survive his deaths the way a Homer survives injuries. Homer endures damage and heals. Moleman actually ceases to function by every available measure and then simply begins functioning again, as though death in Springfield for certain people is not a permanent condition but a temporary one, as though the contamination has done something to the biology of at least this one resident that makes the boundary between living and not living permeable in a direction it normally only travels one way. The radiation theory has already proposed that the plant's contamination has produced profound biological alterations in Springfield's population. Mutations in every organism in the contamination zone, from fish to dogs to the human residents. If those mutations can add eyes and remove cognitive function and arrest biological aging, perhaps for one particular man, in one particular body, with one particular genetic response to the contamination, the mutation has produced something even stranger. A biological system that resets after death the way Springfield resets after catastrophe, automatically, without any apparent mechanism, simply returning to its prior state because that is what the altered system has been designed, by whatever the contamination designed it, to do. Under the coma theory, Moleman is a different kind of thing. He is a background process in Homer's dream. A minor character that Homer's unconscious mind has populated Springfield with to make it feel inhabited, to give it the density of a real community rather than the sparse set of a dream that only generates what it absolutely needs. Homer knew a man like this, or saw one, or encountered the impression of one in some form that his unconscious mind retained. And that impression was used to create a recurring figure for the background of the dream. The dream doesn't maintain Moleman consistently. He is not central enough to Homer's emotional architecture to be maintained with the same fidelity as Marge or Bart or Lisa. He is furniture. When the dream needs him, it generates him. When the dream doesn't need him, it lets him lapse. When it needs him again, it reloads him from whatever minimal data Homer's brain retains. He keeps dying and coming back because the dream keeps discarding him and regenerating him without any narrative accountability for the gap between. Under the collective denial framework, Molman's deaths are simply another item in the long catalog of things Springfield has agreed not to notice. He dies in public, in front of witnesses, visibly and conclusively, and nobody calls for an investigation. Nobody asks how a man who is definitely dead on Tuesday is sitting at the convenience store counter on Thursday. The community has normalized his death cycle the way it has normalized every other impossible thing that has been happening in this town for 36 years. Three-eyed fish, a billionaire who glows, a baby who shot a man, a principal who isn't who he said he was, and a small elderly man who keeps dying and keeps coming back. And nobody bats an eye because in Springfield, batting an eye is something you only do when the thing you're seeing is unfamiliar. Nothing in Springfield is unfamiliar anymore. It has all been happening for too long. And then there is the detail about his age. Hans Molman, when asked or when volunteering the information, claims to be 31 years old. Look at him. He presents as a man in the final quarter of a long life. His physical condition suggests decades of accumulated wear. His vision has deteriorated to the point of near blindness. His posture is the posture of someone whose bones have been making their slow structural adjustments for many years. His face carries the particular quality of age that doesn't come from a single decade of living, but from several. If he is telling the truth about being 31, something aged him catastrophically. Something took a man who should be in the early middle portion of his life and advanced his physical condition by several decades in a very short time. Something that also, in what seems like a contradiction, but might actually be the same mechanism, made him nearly indestructible. The same thing that aged him past his years also made it possible for him to survive dying repeatedly. The radiation theory has an answer for all of this. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory has an answer. The only framework without an answer is the one that insists The Simpsons is only a cartoon, and the deaths are only a joke, and the age claim is only a throwaway line, and none of it connects to anything. Everything in Springfield connects to something. That is the central insight of every theory we've discussed tonight. The connections are sometimes dark, and sometimes beautiful, and sometimes both at once. But they are always there, running beneath the surface of the jokes, waiting for someone patient enough to look for them. Now, let's talk about Ned Flanders, the man the show has quietly, systematically, and thoroughly destroyed over 36 years. The man whose story is perhaps the most devastating in Springfield, precisely because it is told with such gentleness and such consistent forward motion that most viewers absorb it without quite registering what it amounts to. On the surface, Ned is the show's moral counterpoint. Where Homer is impulsive, Ned is measured. Where Homer is selfish, Ned is generous. Where Homer is irreverent, Ned is devout. Where Homer is financially precarious, Ned is responsible. Where Homer is an indifferent father, Ned is devoted. Where Homer is a bad neighbor, Ned is quite literally the best neighbor his neighborhood has ever had. By any reasonable measure, Ned Flanders is a better person than Homer Simpson in every area the show uses to assess people. He is kinder. He is more careful. He is more consistently aligned with his own stated values. He tries harder at everything that the show presents as worth trying hard at. And the show punishes him for it, relentlessly, without mercy, in ways both large and small, episode by episode, for 36 years. Maud Flanders, Ned's wife, was killed at the Springfield Speedway. A T-shirt cannon, fired into the crowd during a sporting event, was aimed at Homer, who was in the stands nearby. Homer dodged the shirts in the particular graceless, self-preserving way that Homer dodges things. The shirts went past him and hit Maud instead. She fell from the bleachers. She died. Homer's reflexive self-preservation, his instinct to protect himself from something as harmless as a promotional T-shirt being fired into a crowd, killed his neighbor's wife. Not through malice, through the specific indifference to the consequences of his own actions that has characterized Homer's behavior throughout the show's run. He wasn't trying to hurt anyone. He wasn't thinking about anyone else at all. He was thinking about himself and the shirts, and Maud died. And Ned forgave him. He went through the grief, the specific and devastating grief of losing a spouse abruptly and in circumstances that no preparation could have made meaningful. And then he forgave the man whose behavior created the circumstances. Because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He absorbs. He turns the other cheek with a consistency that the show has always framed as admirable, and that the theories suggest is something more complicated. The episode called Hurricane Nettie brought the machinery behind Ned's consistency into view. A storm destroyed Ned's house. The Springfield community, with the best of intentions and the worst of construction skills, attempted to rebuild it as an act of community solidarity. What they produced was so structurally unsound that it collapsed almost immediately after completion. And Ned broke. He stood in front of the assembled Springfield community and he said things he had been holding inside for decades. He named every person who had wronged him. He identified every grievance he had absorbed without response, every slight he had forgiven without processing, every accumulation of evidence that the world he was living in did not reward the behavior he was investing in it. He said in public, in front of witnesses, the things that a man of Ned's professed character is never supposed to say. He said the things that his faith and his patience and his relentless positive framing had been suppressing for years. And then he was committed to a mental health facility. The breakdown was treated, professionally and within the show's narrative, as a medical event requiring institutional intervention. In the facility, the backstory behind Ned's personality was revealed. Ned was not, as a child, the measured and gracious person he presents as an adult. He was violent and uncontrollable, a child whose behavior his free-spirited, discipline-averse parents were entirely unable to manage. They took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conducting intensive behavioral modification therapy, systematically conditioning the aggression out of Ned, rewiring his responses to produce, under any stimulus, the calm and the patience and the forgiveness that now seem like his natural character. Ned's kindness is not natural. It is the product of years of therapeutic intervention conducted on a child who did not choose to be changed and who could not have meaningfully consented to the change. His patience is not a spiritual gift. It is a compulsion installed in him by a process he did not select. His forgiveness is not grace. It is a programmed response that fires automatically, regardless of whether the situation that triggered it actually warranted forgiveness or required something different. The cage built around Ned's actual personality is a very well-constructed cage. It has held for decades. It held through Maud's death. It held through Homer's steady, thoughtless, non-malicious erosion of everything Ned invested in his community relationship. It held through every episode in which Ned's good faith was met with Homer's indifference. But the hurricane showed the seams, and when Ned broke in that episode and said the things he'd been suppressing, the person underneath the conditioning was not the saint. The conditioning was built to present The person underneath was someone whose capacity for genuine rage had been building behind the cage for years. Someone whose despair at the gap between what he was promised and what he received was deep and specific and not available to the ordinary therapeutic processes that a person could have freely sought if they'd understood what was wrong. Ned doesn't know what's wrong. He can't fully access it. The conditioning that made him what he presents as also obscures what he actually is. He is a man divided from himself by an intervention conducted without his informed consent, unable to grieve properly or rage properly or respond to the world in ways proportionate to what the world has actually done to him. And the world has done considerable things to him. Here's the piece that the show establishes quietly across multiple episodes without ever pressing it into the foreground. God talks to Homer. In the show's own canon, God appears to Homer. They have actual conversations, face to face with dialogue. This happens more than once. Homer, who sleeps through church, who treats his faith as a casual background assumption rather than a practice, who would not describe himself as particularly religious, and who the show's narrative has never depicted as deserving of divine attention on any obvious merit, has been granted direct communication with the creator of the universe. Ned Flanders, who attends church without exception, who prays with consistency and sincerity and a depth of investment that the show has never questioned, who has organized his entire daily life around the practice of his faith, who has treated the values his faith prescribes not as aspirations, but as actual operating instructions, has never been depicted having a conversation with God. God talks to Homer. God does not talk to Ned. The drunk who naps through the sermon gets divine contact. The devoted man who has given his whole life to the practice of his devotion gets silence. This is not incidental. The show made this choice across multiple episodes. It is a thesis statement about how Springfield's universe distributes what might be called spiritual attention. And the thesis is not comfortable. The universe of Springfield does not care about merit. It does not respond to effort or virtue or consistency or faith. It responds to some other quality that Homer has and Ned doesn't. Something the show never names, but which might be called the specific freedom of a person who has never expected anything from the universe and that therefore cannot be disappointed by what the universe delivers. Homer expects nothing from God because he barely thinks about God between the moments when God appears. Ned expects everything from God because he has built his entire life on the expectation that his devotion will be met with something. And the universe, in Springfield as in so many other places, is far more comfortable delivering things to people who aren't waiting for them than to people who have been waiting for a very long time. Ned Flanders is the saddest character in The Simpsons. Not Homer, who is too impaired to fully understand the depth of what has been done to him. Not Lisa, who is young enough that her idealism is still a functional protection against despair. Not Burns, who is too powerful and too insulated to be touched by what sadness normally requires, which is a genuine vulnerability. Ned Flanders, the man who does everything right and receives loss in return, whose wife was killed by his neighbor's thoughtlessness, whose house was rebuilt so badly it fell down immediately, whose kindness is a cage he was put in before he was old enough to choose otherwise, whose God talks to everyone except him. He is what happens when you play by every rule in a system that doesn't run on rules, when you keep faith with a bargain in a world that doesn't honor bargains, when you invest everything in a framework that offers returns only to the people who aren't paying attention to whether the returns are coming. Homer is what happens when you follow none of the rules in a system that doesn't enforce them. When you fail consistently and survive consistently and return to the same couch at the end of every episode, Unchanged, unchastened, loved despite everything. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them, between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, has never closed. Because the system was never designed to close it. The system was designed to keep everyone in their place. Homer at the plant, Ned at the church, Burns on the hill, and the gap between trying and not trying remaining exactly as wide as it has always been, because in Springfield, the width of that gap is not a problem to be solved. It is a feature of the landscape. That is Ned Flanders, the most faithful man in Springfield, the most thoroughly punished man in Springfield, the man whose goodness is a kind of imprisonment and who smiles through the bars every single episode because the smile is what he was made to produce, and the thing that made him doesn't care what it costs him. Section 11, expanded, the floating timeline. Why nobody ages? The room is very quiet around you now. Whatever else you've been holding, let it go. There's nothing to decide right now. There's nothing to solve. We're just drifting, you and I, through the last long piece of this. The floating timeline. It is, in the end, the theory that contains all the theories. The phenomenon that every other explanation we've discussed tonight is trying to account for in its own way, from its own angle, using its own vocabulary. The thing that sits at the center of Springfield's impossibility and makes all the other impossibilities cohere around it. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons premiered in December of 1989. He is 10 years old now, in whatever year you're experiencing this night. He will be 10 years old in whatever year comes after this one. He will be 10 years old in 10 years, and in 20 years, and in whatever version of the future exists when the show has been running for 60 years, if it runs that long, which it might. He will be 10 years old at the end of The Simpsons, whenever that end comes, if it comes in a way that involves the characters aging rather than the show simply stopping. Lisa was 8 when the show began. She is 8 now. Maggie was 1. She is 1. Homer and Marge were mid-30s. They remain mid-30s, or whatever specific age is most useful for any particular episode story. 36 years have passed outside Springfield. 0 years have passed inside it. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. It is a conventional narrative choice made by many long-running animated programs for obvious practical reasons. Aging characters would require eventually aging them out of the situations that make the show work. An adult Bart is not the same show as a 10-year-old Bart. A middle-aged Lisa who has built a career and a life would have different stories available to her than an 8-year-old Lisa who is still in the 2nd grade. The floating timeline solves these problems by simply refusing to let time accumulate in ways that would change what the show can do. This is real. These are the actual reasons. The producers have confirmed them. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created visible, sometimes jarring, sometimes genuinely strange effects on the show's internal continuity. Effects so significant that they've become the subject of their own ongoing discussions among attentive viewers. The most visible problem is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was grounded in a specific era. They met in high school in the late 1970s. Their courtship was embedded in the specific culture of that period. The music, the fashion, the political atmosphere, the particular texture of American middle-class life in the era of disco and Watergate aftermath. All of it anchored their origin story to a time that made coherent sense for parents in their mid-30s and the late 1980s. As the floating timeline carried the show's present forward through the 1990s, the 2000s, the 2010s, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they cannot have met in 1978. They would have been toddlers. The math requires their formative years to be relocated to approximately 2005, which means their high school experience was not defined by bell bottoms and classic rock. It was defined by social media's early iterations and the specific cultural atmosphere of the early 21st century. The show has addressed this by simply rewriting the backstory as needed. Flashback episodes have depicted Homer and Marge as products of the 1980s, then the 1990s, then the early 2000s, then something closer to the 2010s. Each revision necessary to maintain the illusion of a permanent present. Each revision producing a slightly different version of who they were before the show started. They have been depicted as products of multiple different eras. Their past is not fixed. It is a document that gets revised whenever the current episode requires a different version of their history. Their memories are unstable. Not because the characters are unreliable narrators, though Homer is certainly an unreliable narrator, but because the architecture of the show requires their memories to be malleable in ways that serve the present moment rather than honoring a fixed past. Now watch every theory converge on this single point. The coma theory. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen memory of a man who has been unconscious since 1993. His last clear mental record of his children was of a 10-year-old boy and an 8-year-old girl and an infant who was just beginning to be a person in the world. His last clear record of his wife was of this specific Marge, this height, this hair, this particular quality of patient exasperation mixed with genuine love. The dream cannot age them because the dreamer has no new information. He has the last snapshot fixed at the moment of loss, playing forward without accumulating the new data that would change it. The radiation theory. Nobody ages because the contamination has altered their cellular biology in ways that include, among other things, the suspension of the normal aging process. The same contamination that gave the fish a third eye and gave the residents yellow skin and gave Homer a body that can survive things it shouldn't survive has also, in this reading, disabled or slowed or stopped whatever biological clock would otherwise be marking the passage of time in their cells. The collective denial theory. Nobody ages because Springfield has collectively agreed not to notice the passage of time, the same way it agrees not to notice every other inconvenient reality. The town votes, in its unspoken way, to continue treating the characters as they have always been, because acknowledging that time has passed would require acknowledging what else has passed with it. The cracked towers are still cracked. The violations are still unaddressed. The contamination is still in the water. Time passing without any of this being remedied is an indictment. So the town agrees not to let time pass. The Burns immortality theory. At least one person in Springfield has already demonstrated that the normal rules of biological aging are negotiable for people with sufficient resources and sufficient motivation. Burns has been alive for well over a century through a combination of weekly radiation treatments, comprehensive medical management, and the enormous wealth required to sustain both. If aging is negotiable for Burns, the concept is already on the table in this universe. The Simpsons family not aging is simply the democratized version of what Burns achieved for himself. The suspension of biological time for everyone in the contamination zone, not through managed medical intervention, but through the accumulated effects of the contamination itself. All four theories arrive at the same destination from different directions. Time doesn't work in Springfield. Something has broken the clock, or the clock was never working in the first place, or the clock was working and then someone turned it off. And what remains is a community frozen at a particular moment, cycling through variations of the same situations without ever progressing toward the endings that elapsed time would eventually require. The show knows it can imagine them aging. It has done so more than once. In the season 6 episode called Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward. Lisa is 23 years old. She is a student at a distinguished university in England. She is engaged to be married. She is the person that all of her 8-year-old potential has been pointing toward. Intelligent, principled, successful in the ways that her particular form of intelligence would lead to success, still somewhat isolated, still searching for connection, still carrying the specific loneliness of being the kind of person she is in a world that is only intermittently prepared for people like that. The episode is beautiful. It is specific and emotionally resonant and entirely convincing as a vision of who Lisa Simpson would become if the show allowed her to become anyone. It proves that the writers can imagine these characters as adults. They know who these people would be. They can write that version. And then the episode ends, and Lisa is 8 again. The flash forward was a visit, a window that opened for 22 minutes and then closed. Lisa returns to the second grade. The permanent present resumes as though the glimpse of the future never happened. And the future that was glimpsed stays locked away, inaccessible, a possibility that the show can see but refuses to move toward. The show can imagine growth. It has decided not to allow it. And this is where the question becomes larger than The Simpsons, larger than Springfield, larger than animation as a medium or the commercial logic of a long-running franchise. This is where the floating timeline becomes a statement about the culture that has been consuming this particular show with this particular devotion for this particular length of time. The Simpsons is the American family, not a family, not an approximation of a family. The American family as an ongoing cultural artifact, as the most durable and most widely shared fictional household in the history of the medium. They have been the American family for 36 years. They have been the American family for longer than most of the people watching them have been alive. And the American family, as The Simpsons has always understood it, cannot be permitted to change. Homer must remain the specific kind of middle-aged, bewildered, lovable, improbably surviving father that he has always been. His specific failures must remain his failures, not because he can't learn, but because learning would make him someone different. And someone different would break the specific contract the show has with its audience about who Homer Simpson is. Marge must remain patient and slightly unsatisfied, and fundamentally committed to the family she has, because any other Marge would require the audience to update a 36-year-old mental model, and the audience would resist. Bart must remain rebellious, because a Bart who has grown through and past his rebellion into whatever kind of adult that rebellion was preparing him for is not a Bart the show can use. Lisa must remain idealistic, because a Lisa who has become pragmatic through the accumulated evidence of how little her idealism changes would be too close to an ending. Maggie must remain silent. The dynamic must hold. The structure must persist. The family must sit on the couch and watch the television and go on adventures and come home and reset and sit on the couch again, because the couch is what the audience comes back for. The couch and the family assembled on it, and the certainty that next week the same family will be on the same couch and nothing will have changed. Because the moment The Simpsons ages, the moment Bart gets a driver's license and Lisa leaves for college, and Maggie speaks in full sentences, and Homer retires, and Marge is left alone in the house on Evergreen Terrace, the show stops being a comedy. It becomes an elegy. It becomes the story of a family that ran out of its particular kind of time. And the audience is not ready for that story. The audience may never be ready for that story, because that story is too close to the story they're also living. The one where the years pass and the people who were always there aren't always there anymore. And the couch they sat on as children is in someone else's house. The floating timeline is the show's thesis statement. Not about storytelling, about America's relationship to time and to the families that anchor its self-understanding. The Simpsons are frozen because America needs them to be frozen, because they represent something fragile and important that we are not prepared to let time alter. The messy, chaotic, loving, imperfect, indestructible American family. The family that absorbs every disaster and resets after every catastrophe and comes back to the couch at the end of every episode intact, unchanged, ready for whatever comes next. The family that survives everything. Because surviving everything is the only kind of story we know how to tell about this particular family, and because the alternative, the story where they don't survive, where they age and change and eventually become something the show can no longer sustain, is the one ending we've been avoiding for 36 years. The loop isn't their prison, it is ours. We built it, episode by episode, since 1989. We maintain it every time we press play on the opening credits, every time we sit down with the familiar theme music. Every time we allow the couch gag to reset our expectations for what kind of show this is and what kind of stories it tells. We make the loop a little stronger every time we watch, and every time we feel the specific comfort of a world that is exactly as we left it. And the remarkable thing, the thing worth sitting with as you drift towards sleep tonight, is that the loop is not oppressive. It doesn't feel like a cage from the inside. From the inside, it feels like home. It feels like the specific relief of a place that does not require you to have changed since the last time you visited it. A place that receives you as you were rather than as you are. A place where the fish are still three-eyed and the plant is still on the hill and Homer is still at the console with his donut and Marge's hair is still that blue tower pointed at the sky and Bart is still 10 years old, and Lisa is still 8, and Maggie is still watching everything with those enormous knowing eyes behind the pacifier. It feels like home because it is home, in the particular sense that only fiction can be home. A place you can return to that has no address, that exists only in the space between your memory of it and the screen that plays it back, that is always available and never exhausted and never truly altered by how many times you visit it. Springfield will always be there. That is its final gift and its final mystery. Not where it is, not how the plant keeps running, not who shot Burns, not what Maggie is waiting to do, not how Burns has outlived everyone and everything that should have ended him. The final mystery is simpler and more personal than any of those. The final mystery is why we keep going back. And the answer, the one that feels true when you are lying in the dark with the stories settling around you, is this. Because going back means the world didn't move as far as it did. Because going back means something is still there. Because going back means that all the time that has passed since you first sat down in front of this show hasn't entirely consumed what it found you watching. Because Bart is still 10. And you were once 10 too. And for as long as the show runs, some part of that is still true. If they escape, if the timeline finally lands and Bart turns 11 and Lisa packs for college and Maggie speaks her second word, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America the Simpsons represents, the chaotic, resilient, eternally optimistic version of the middle-class American family that finds something worth laughing at in every catastrophe and comes back to the couch after every disaster, was always temporary, was always fragile, was always one birthday away from becoming something unrecognizable. So we don't let them age. We watch, and they don't age, and something in us doesn't quite age while we're watching. And Springfield remains exactly what it has always been. Everywhere and nowhere, every time and no time, every family and one specific family, our family, still on the couch, still watching the same television, still going home to Evergreen Terrace where nothing changes and everything is fine, and the loop holds, and the dream continues, and the plant hums on the hill, and the fish have three eyes, and nobody asks why, and the beer is cold, and the house is yellow, and Homer is coming through the door. He's always coming through the door. That is the whole point. That has always been the whole point. If they escape, if Bart turns 11, if the loop finally breaks and the timeline starts landing, then the show ends. And the show ending means admitting something that we've been deferring for 36 years. It means admitting that the couch we watched this on as children is gone or in someone else's house. It means admitting that the people we watched it with have scattered or changed, or in some cases are no longer here. It means admitting that the world the show was made in and the world we first received it in are both a very long time ago, and that the version of ourselves who first met this family is not the version of ourselves that is still watching. The Simpsons don't age because aging means ending, and we've been pressing pause on the ending since the first episode. And so Springfield continues, and the family continues, and the plant continues on the hill, and the fish continues in the river, and the billionaire continues in his mansion, and the dream continues in the hospital room, and the denial continues in the town square, and the silence continues behind the pacifier. And every Sunday evening, the loop holds. The family assembles on the couch. Homer comes through the door. The music plays. And Springfield is exactly as we left it, exactly as it has always been, exactly as we need it to be. Section 12, the final theory. Springfield as mirror. We've been in Springfield together for a long time tonight. Let your breathing slow all the way down to its most natural rhythm, the one your body finds when your mind finally stops directing it. When the last of the day's concerns have drifted past, and what remains is just the soft, undirected awareness of being somewhere warm and still and quiet. We've covered a great deal of ground. We walked through the radiation theory, the slow, invisible poisoning that the show has been documenting in plain sight since the second season. We followed Homer into his coma and considered the possibility that everything since April of 1993 has been the dream of a man who has not been conscious since a vending machine changed everything. We reopened the Burns shooting case and found that the official answer has never quite answered everything it was supposed to answer. We traced the mechanisms of Burns's impossible lifespan, the weekly treatments, the disease equilibrium, the infrastructure of wealth built entirely to sustain one man's existence. We watched Springfield vote to criminalize the truth about Skinner's identity and exile the man who carried the proof. We sat with Maggie in her silence and understood it as strategy rather than limitation. We followed the Simpsons' predictions through the full arc of what they actually represent, which is not prophecy, but the cultural influence of a show that shaped what America expected from its own future. We traced 3 generations of a family broken by one man's grudge. Mona's choice and Abe's deal, and Homer's inheritance of consequences he couldn't name. We tried to find Springfield on a map and found it everywhere and nowhere. We counted Molman's deaths. We understood what the cage behind Ned's smile has cost him across 36 years of silent, faithful, unrewarded investment in a system that was never designed to reward it. And now, at the end of all of it, there is one more thing. The thing that all of these theories, separately and together, have been slowly pointing toward without quite stating it directly. The thing that sits underneath every individual theory like the bedrock underneath every layer of Springfield's geology. Contaminated, cracked, impossible, sustaining everything above it. Every theory we discussed tonight is different. They use different evidence and different logic and different assumptions about what the show is and what it's been trying to say for 36 years. Some of them are dark. Some of them are elegant. Some of them are both simultaneously, which is often the quality that makes a theory stay with you after the lights are out, and the thinking that seemed optional earlier in the day becomes the only available activity. But every single theory, when you follow it to its conclusion, arrives at the same destination. Something is wrong in Springfield. Not wrong in the way that things are wrong in any piece of fiction that uses exaggeration to tell true things about the world. Not wrong in the way that cartoons are wrong, that satire is wrong, that the heightening that comedy requires is wrong. Wrong in a structural sense. Wrong in a way that is encoded into the show at every level, that shows up in the biology of the residents and the architecture of the town and the functioning of the institutions and the behavior of the people who run those institutions and the behavior of the people who live under them. Something has broken the rules of reality in this town. Whether it is radiation or dreams or collective denial or institutional corruption or the sheer accumulated weight of 36 years without any of the consequences that elapsed. Time should eventually deliver. Something has bent the space around Springfield until the ordinary rules that govern living things and their relationship to time and cause and effect no longer apply in the way they apply everywhere else. And the show has been telling us this since the first episode, not through dramatic reveals, not through exposition or press releases or commentaries or deliberate disclosures, through accumulation, through the slow, patient 36-year layering of detail upon detail upon detail, each one individually explainable, each one individually dismissible as a joke or an animation choice or a continuity error, but all of them together forming a picture that is unmistakable to anyone patient enough to step back far enough to see it whole. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries. It has been showing them to you every single week for 36 years. In the background of every scene, in the margins of every joke, in the specific details that the show places and then walks away from as though they mean nothing, the mysteries have been sitting and accumulating and waiting for someone to look at them directly rather than past them. Nobody in Springfield can look at them directly because Springfield won't let them. The system has been arranged so that the people most damaged by it are also the people least able to perceive the arrangement. The radiation compromises the critical thinking. The collective denial suppresses the inconvenient connections. The coma locks the dreamer in a loop that has no exit he's willing to take. The deal Abe made ensures the man who most needs to understand what was done to him is also the man most thoroughly prevented from understanding it. And nobody in the audience looked at them directly for a very long time because the audience was watching the show wanted them to watch. The comedy, the family, the jokes, the warm, familiar frequency of a world that has been running for 36 years and shows no signs of stopping. But some people looked. Some people kept watching after the laugh track moved on. Some people followed the logic chains to their ends, connected the details that the show placed in different seasons and never officially linked, built the theories that now circulate through the internet with the particular persistence of ideas that, once encountered, cannot be entirely unencountered. And what they found, what we've been exploring together in the quiet of tonight, is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show offers at face value. A version where every element of the show's possibility is connected to every other element, where Homer's stupidity is a scar left by a system that broke his family before he was old enough to understand what a family was, where Maggie's silence is the most sophisticated response anyone in Springfield has ever made to the intelligence the contaminated environment gave her, where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of a philosophy that has always believed that enough money and enough control can make death banal for the people who can afford to make it optional, where Marge's patience, which the show has sometimes framed as a personality trait, and sometimes as a burden, and sometimes as the specific quality of someone who has decided that endurance is the only available form of strength, is the actual load bearing structure of a family that would otherwise have collapsed under the weight of what has been done to it. Where Bart's rebellion, the noise of it, the pranks, the constant testing of limits, the refusal to accept any authority as legitimate, is the only sane response available to a 10-year-old who can sense, at some level below language, that something is wrong with the world he was born into, even if he cannot name what it is. Where Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant and alone and still asking questions that no one around her wants to answer, is the only character in Springfield who has never fully made the deal, never fully agreed to stop looking, never fully accepted the comfortable collective fiction that the town offers in exchange for the kind of peace that comes from not examining what the peace costs. Lisa is the audience in the truest sense, not the audience that watches passively and laughs and moves on. The audience that keeps watching after the laugh track moves on, keeps noticing the things that don't quite add up, keeps pulling on the threads because the threads go somewhere even when the show doesn't want to follow them there. She keeps asking because she cannot stop asking. Because stopping would mean accepting the Springfield bargain. The agreement that comfort is worth more than clarity, that the fiction is worth sustaining even when the evidence of its fiction is visible to anyone who looks at it without deciding in advance what they're going to see. Something in Lisa refuses that bargain. Something in the people who build theories about Springfield refuses it. Something in everyone who has ever watched the show and thought, wait, that doesn't quite make sense, and then kept thinking about it after the credits rolled. Something in all of them refuses the bargain. And maybe that refusal is why Springfield matters in the way it does. Why it has persisted in the cultural imagination with a force that no other animated show has achieved. Why the theories keep multiplying, keep getting more elaborate, keep finding new pieces of evidence that fit into the frameworks that have already been built. Springfield matters because it is willing to be examined, because it has built into its 36-year structure enough material, enough detail, enough deliberately placed connective tissue that the examination keeps yielding something. The show is not shallow. It never has been. It has always been deep enough to reward anyone willing to dive into it, has always had more in its walls than the jokes require, has always been telling a story alongside the story it says it's telling. The radiation theory and the coma theory and the shooting mystery and the immortality question and the episode about Skinner and Maggie's silence and the predictions and Mona's story and the geography and Molman's deaths and Ned's cage and the floating timeline. These are all different ways of reading the same kind, different angles on the same thing. Different attempts to articulate what the show has been communicating for 36 years in a voice that is always just below the frequency that comedy usually occupies. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. The laughs are real, and the jokes are good, and the characters are funny in ways that have generated 36 years of entertainment and will generate more. None of what we've discussed tonight removes any of that. The theories and the comedy coexist because the comedy was always the vehicle for something that needed a vehicle, something that couldn't be said directly because saying it directly would have made it into a different kind of show, a show that couldn't have run for 36 years because nobody would have scheduled it in prime time on Sunday evening. You say things in comedy that you can't say in drama. You hide things in plain sight inside a joke, and they stay there, visible to anyone who looks, invisible to anyone who doesn't, until enough people look that the thing hidden in the joke becomes impossible to miss. The thing hidden in the Simpsons joke, the thing that all the theories are different ways of pointing at, is this. Springfield is what happens to a community that stops being able to look clearly at what is happening to it. What happens when the mechanisms that should produce accountability have been compromised by the same interests that accountability would hold responsible? What happens when the water and the air and the daily environment have been quietly, continuously altered in ways that reduce the capacity for the kind of thinking that would notice the alteration? What happens when a town votes collectively and repeatedly to maintain the comfortable fiction over the inconvenient truth? Because the comfortable fiction is what allows the economy to function and the lights to stay on and the town to continue existing in the form it has always taken. Springfield is not a warning about a fictional future. Springfield is a description of a real tendency, a tendency that exists in communities of every size, in institutions of every kind, in cultures and organizations, in families and neighborhoods, everywhere that the incentives to not look are stronger than the incentives to look. The show just wrote it down, built it into the architecture of a yellow-skinned cartoon family in an impossible town in an unlocatable state, and ran it for 36 years, and trusted that some of the people watching would eventually look past the yellow and the four fingers and the ageless children and see what was underneath. You're one of those people, or you've been becoming one tonight, in this room, in the quiet, with these stories washing over you as you drifted towards sleep. Springfield will endure. It will always endure. It is too deeply embedded in the cultural memory of too many people, too present in the imagination of anyone who grew up watching Sunday evenings in a room with the television on to simply stop. The couch will continue. The opening credits will continue. The family will continue to assemble in the living room and survive whatever the week delivers and come back to the couch and start again. And Homer will always find his way home. Always. No matter how far the adventure takes him, no matter how damaged the world around him becomes, no matter how many times the dream threatens to end and the hospital room threatens to reassert itself, he finds his way home. Every episode, every week, every time. Because in the dream, he never left. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and could not accept the surface. They kept watching after the laugh track moved on. They kept rewatching, kept connecting what the show places adjacent, and asking what the adjacency means, what the pattern reveals, what the 36 years of accumulated detail adds up to when you step back far enough to see its shape. And what it adds up to is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where every impossibility is connected to every other impossibility, where the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the glowing billionaire and the dreaming father and the silent genius and the faithful man whose God doesn't speak to him and the tiny immortal man who keeps dying and the town that keeps forgetting and the fish that keeps having three eyes are all pieces of the same picture. The same story told from every available angle. The same question asked in every available language. What happened here? What is still happening? And why can nobody inside it see it? The answer is the radiation, the coma, the collective agreement, the deal Abe made, the treatments that keep Burns alive, the crayon in the brain, all of it together producing a community that cannot see clearly enough to ask for what it needs, cannot remember long enough to learn from what happened, cannot age fast enough to outgrow what was done to it before it was old enough to understand what was being done. That is Springfield. And Springfield is us, or some part of us, or the part of the American experience that this particular show has been holding up to the light for 36 years while the audience laughed, and the credits rolled and the next episode began and nothing changed. We built Springfield by watching it. We maintain Springfield by returning to it. We are Springfield, every viewer who has ever accepted a reset, absorbed an impossible recovery, laughed at a joke that was also a horror, and gone to bed thinking about the three-eyed fish and what it means that nobody tested the water. We are the people who look at the evidence and say, yes, but it's funny, and it is funny. That is the show's greatest achievement and its most unsettling quality simultaneously. It is genuinely funny. 36 years and still genuinely funny. The jokes land, the characters work, the comedy is real, and underneath it, the picture the theories describe is also real. Both things are true at once, which is the specific achievement of great satire. It is funny and it is serious, and the funniness does not diminish the seriousness, and the seriousness does not extinguish the funniness. They coexist and they inform each other, and together they produce something that neither could produce alone. The Simpsons is that thing. The thing both true and funny, both warm and cold, both home and hazard, both the dream you want to stay in and the evidence you can't stop examining. 36 seasons, 788 episodes, the longest running animated series, the most analyzed, most theorized, most dissected show ever created. And after all of it, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the hours spent in the dark trying to understand what the show has been saying all along, the question that remains is still the simplest one. Why can't we let them go? Maybe because they're us. Maybe because Springfield is every town. Maybe because Homer is someone's father and Marge is someone's mother. And Bart is who we wanted to be when wanting to be Bart was still an option, and Lisa is who we should have become. And Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep quiet and protected and saving for the right moment. Or maybe because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, and we're not ready for that yet. We're not ready to be older than Springfield. Not ready to have lived longer than the show has been running. Not ready to do the math that confirms it. So we press play, and the credits roll, and the family assembles, and the loop holds, and Springfield is here. It has always been here, and it will always be here. In the blue light of a television in a quiet room, in the opening bars of a theme song you have heard so many times it lives in the muscle of your memory, in the specific yellow of a family that has been yours in some way for as long as you can remember watching anything. Springfield is here. Or maybe it's simpler. Maybe the simplest answer is the right one. Maybe we love them because for as long as the show runs, for as long as the loop holds, for as long as the timeline floats and nobody ages and the beer stays cold and the house stays yellow, we don't have to admit something. We don't have to admit that 36 years have passed, that we're older now, that the couch we watched this on as children is in a different house or a storage unit or gone entirely, that the people we watched it with have scattered or changed or in some cases are not here anymore, that the world has moved on in the enormous and specific ways that the world moves on, in ways that do not allow themselves to be undone. We don't have to admit any of that as long as Bart is still 10, as long as Lisa is still 8, as long as Homer is still stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another impossible day at the plant, having survived another thing that should have ended him, coming home to the family that is always, always, always there. We built the loop. We have always been the ones maintaining it, and we will keep watching, keep returning, keep pressing play on the same opening credits, keep going home to Springfield every time the world outside feels like too much. Because Springfield is here. It has always been here, and it will be here tomorrow and the week after that. Unchanged, ageless, impossible hours. Yellow faces in the blue light. A family on a couch, a town on a hill, a reactor running, a dream holding. Home. Good night, Springfield. Good night. Thank you for spending this night in Springfield with us. If any part of this kept you company on the way to sleep, leave a comment below with your time and your location. Tell us where in the world you are right now and what hour it is. We love knowing. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now is when you do it. There are more theories, more towns, more long, strange nights like this one waiting for you. You'll want to be here. For now, rest. You've done the work. Let the loop hold a little longer. You're home.